Ladies and gentlemen, there's a 10-year plan. Now, I'm sure this 10-year plan is different from the 10-year plan of 13 or 14? And I'm sure this is different from the 10-year plan of like 2019. I think we may actually have a real 10-year plan. I do. I think we may have actually stumbled upon some true leadership for Warner Brothers and DC in general. Call me wishful thinking. Tell me that I'm taken in by the past of being told so many times, romanticized, wined and dined, told that this is going to be the DC. But I'll tell you what, I think we're on to something. And I think David Zaslav might just have my heart. Tonight we're going to talk about that. The Flash isn't going anywhere. They believe in that movie. There's an amazing picture of Leslie Grace and Michael Keaton from the from the Batgirl movie. There's a little faux pas. And we can finally have the stream. Walter Hamada is on his way out. And he might be a little butthurt about it. Imagine that. We're going to talk about all that next here in the Poindexter Lounge. So stay tuned. Plus, we have an announcement of the new show, Quantum Gaming, and when it's going to start. Hey, Brian, if you're in the background there, if you could change that Quantum Gaming thing from green to red, we could actually show the logo. We have a logo. We have a Jimbo. And we got a new show. All about gaming here in the Poindexter Lounge. We got all kinds of fun stuff. Plus, I got a ton of toys. I got a bunch of new DC toys to show you and a bunch of cool stuff and a new lightsaber to boot. Plus, yesterday was my 10th wedding anniversary to Tiffany. If you haven't checked out that video yet, you're going to need to. It's a long intro, but it makes sense. Next here in the Poindexter Lounge. Let's go.
Oh, that was Oh, nice.
What's up, nerds and nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet. They call me Enosh Vet just because that used to be my screen name. It's like not my real name or anything. It's close to my real name though. But hey, it's good to have you here in the lounge today. It is Friday. And Friday is always a cool day. It's always a cool day to get together, talk nerd stuff. We got a great panel back there for you today. Some familiar faces, a couple new faces, maybe that you haven't seen too much here at the lounge. But just let me tell you this. If this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and I can get together and talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those things get you excited, you have found the right place. This is the place for you. This is the channel. This is the thing that you've been looking for to satisfy all of your needs for nerddom. Okay, this is it. This is it. We are the place, baby. So come on, hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell. Welcome to all of our new subscribers. This has been a cool week. It's been a good week. We've had a lot of new subscribers this week, and I thank you all for that. And you guys are awesome. You guys are fantastic. And because of that, as always, we want to thank everyone who supports the channel. Look, we're glad that you are here watching, and we're also thankful to everyone who supports the channel in other ways, like our Patreon. Thank you to all of our patrons. You guys are fantastic. You guys are awesome. You keep the channel going. And of course, all of our members. Membership is very, very simple. It's very, very easy. You just click that button down there. You hit that. It's as little as $2 and you get some cool things. You get videos that have not been seen before to the masses, and you get all that stuff. And same thing with the Patreon. And then, of course, thank you to everyone who gives super chats. You guys are fantastic. We can never tell you how much we love you, and we appreciate each and every one of you. And then there's lots of you who just want to skip the whole YouTube thing and stuff. You don't want to give YouTube any money. You just want to make sure that it gets to us because you like us. Then, hey, there are some other ways that you can do that as well. Also, we do have a store with all kinds of cool logoed items and things in there that you can check out. And we ask you to check that stuff out and take a look. Maybe see if there's something there that you would like. And, you know, back to school is coming up. Send your kid to school with some cool nerd swag. Do it. All right. We're talking about Walter Hamada tonight, and you know we got this pretty cool. Where is it? Pointed out here. See up here in the upper right hand corner. It's Hamada and the Destroyers of the Multiverse. He's got a He-Man body there. Some fun stuff. Yeah, spaghetti tacos. You know, all kinds of fun stuff. I like. You can't really tell what this one is right next to Hamada, but that is our Jawa Union shirt. So it's got the Union bug for Jawas United. So yeah, some cool stuff there. Check it all out. All right. Also, we want to say a special shout out to our sponsor, the sponsor of this channel. We're so grateful to them. And of course, I am talking about Bully Sticks Direct. Bully Sticks Direct is awesome. My dogs have been absolutely enjoying the treats that Bully Sticks Direct has sent us, and the dogs love them. They're healthy. They're all natural. You can go to bullysticksdirect.com, and they've got all kinds of fun stuff. You can hit the shop now button right there, but it's all natural, preservative free, no added hormones or antibiotics. It's a single source supplier for quality and consistency. And I personally vouch for these guys because I know Greg, and Greg has been a friend, and they have some really awesome things. And if you go there and you use the promo code Poindexter, guess what? You're going to get 10% off your order. Check that out. How cool is that? right? So use that. Go to bullysticksdirect.com. I will put the link in the chat tonight. But yeah, go check them out because, like I said, my dogs absolutely love them. And so I've been creating content for Bully Sticks. Also, please, here on YouTube, go over to the Bully Sticks Direct. Make sure it's Bully Sticks Direct. I'll put a link to their YouTube channel as well. But go to Bully Sticks Direct. You're going to find videos that I've made for them and stuff because I'm kind of helping them with that right now. And subscribe to them. All right. Give us some love over there at Bully Sticks Direct. And yeah, do that. All right. So I'm going to show you this little thing. I've been putting some things together for them. And I started a series called Telling Jokes to Dogs, starring my dog, Wookie.
Jokes to Dogs. Part 1. With Wookie.
Hey, Wookie. Why are dogs bad dancers? Because they got 2 left feet. No. What do you call a dog that's been left out in the cold? A chili dog. What do you call a dog that takes a bath every day? A shampoodle. Get it? A shampoodle. All right, here's your bully stick.
Bullysticksdirect.com.
There you go. So, yeah, so go ahead, show them some love, and go visit bullysticksdirect.com, and you'll be glad that you did. All right, so we have a big show tonight. Tonight is a big night. So much has happened this week. It's insane, and we got to get to it, and we're going to get to it now. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome our panel tonight. I always love the beginning of this thing, right? Because if the music kicks in, it's pretty cool. I think I need to edit that out, though. But it's build up! Are you ready to see who is on the lounge tonight? Let's bring him in, all right? First of all, ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. He's a mainstay here at the show. All the way from the high desert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian, Master of None, host of 10 Forward, that can be seen right here on the lounge.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone's doing well. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay tonight. I have work in the morning, but I'm glad to be here and talk nerd stuff.
Brian, when is 10 Forward going to be seen on the lounge now?
It'll be on Wednesday nights. Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific time. As soon as August 25th, as soon as 10 Forward, or not 10 Forward, Lower Decks get started back up again.
Awesome. We're looking forward to seeing that. And then another guy who's going to have a show here starting this Sunday night. He's going to be seen Sundays and Mondays. So he's going to be here Sunday nights at 6 p.m. and Mondays at 9 p.m. doing some gaming, doing some fun stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Black Ops himself, Jimbo.
What is up, everyone?
Yo.
Look at the man. It's the man of the hour. It's the newest show on the Poindexter Lounge. It's going to be awesome, bro. Can't wait to see. We're going to do some gameplay. So when we get everybody in here, I'm going to ask you a question because we want to know from you guys in the chat what you guys want him to play. All right. What is the first thing that you want him to do as a playthrough? All right. Also, speaking of playing through, ladies and gentlemen, this guy's fast. He's fast on the course. I don't know if he's a good golfer, but I know that he's hard-hitting, and he'll play through any day. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. F.U. Phil. There he is, in a cloud of smoke, and he's gone.
Fuck Walter Hamada.
Oh!
Oh, my.
Oh, my.
I went there.
Oh, my.
I went there.
All right. You
Real
went
quick.
there. It's going to be that kind of show because look who's in the back. I'll tell you right now. He is the Godfather. The prime Godfather. Godfathermus Prime. If he was a Transformer. But he's here to lay some truth down. I'll tell you what, you got to check him out. His channel's great. I just watched his newest video, and man, the dude just hits the nail on the head. It's sometimes things that people don't want to hear, but I think the truth will set you free. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Prime the Godfather. What's up, Prime?
What's good with it?
I'll tell you what, man, I've been loving your content, bro.
I appreciate it. No doubt, no doubt.
I've been loving your content, man. I've just been yes. No BS. No trying to give people just what they want to hear. Nailing it every time. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from about 10 minutes away from me. Literally, I could leave right now and be at his house in about 10 minutes. But yet we don't hang out. We got to change that. We got to rectify that somehow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the program from the Flightcast, Mr. Ray. What's going on, Ray?
Oh, shit.
Yep, I was just strolling through, on my way to, have some drinks with our good buddy Dave. But
I know, he invited me too.
He actually just sent me the invite, but I wanted to stop in here and definitely, because, dude, 72 hours of chaos.
Right.
So
yeah.
Had to stop in for just a bit and rap about that just for a second.
Well,
because you're right, we are 10 minutes away, but this is, how we communicate more often than not. You know what else? And you know this. You know what else made this week even more stressful? You know this. You know this more than anybody else. You know what yesterday was?
My anniversary.
It was, but guess what else it was? I'm sorry that this was also on your anniversary. The 7-year anniversary of the firing of Dave Dombrowski and the hiring of Al Avila. I'm really sorry that was on your anniversary. No one else understands why we're in pain over this.
Brian gets it. Because
Okay,
he's
Brian.
a San Francisco Giants fan.
Oh, okay. Well, then he knows. All right. He understands our pain.
Yes, he does.
And caused our pain 10 years ago. Fucking
right?
damn.
Right.
Ah,
Also, ladies and gentlemen, here tonight, he always lays the smack down. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. D. Al. What's up, D. Al?
Good evening, Poindexter Lounge. I also don't know how long I can stay because I have work in the morning as well, but I gotta be here because, wait, DC has a 10-year plan? Has a
10 years
plan?
That means it will be in fruition by the time I celebrate my 20th anniversary.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. I'll be 55 years old, but hey, finally, maybe we'll get something.
Yep, I'll be 37 years old by the time that happens, but sure. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's do it. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, rounding out the panel for now, welcome. He's in a DC stream, but he's the Marvel Maniac. You either love him or you don't know what to make of him, but we love him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. RJ.
Hello.
Mr. Controversy.
They're gonna love me after tonight, though, because I got some earth-shattering stuff to break.
Oh, crap. Okay.
I actually have something that may blow a gigantic explosion hole in the Rolling Stone.
You got to finish that sentence, bro. You got to finish that sentence.
Oh, no. I understand, but I just stumbled upon something. This is not a troll or a joke. I stumbled upon something that I think actually may just have shined a gigantic spotlight on some issues in reporting that we've seen over the last month.
That
exposes some potential bombs.
One more is joining, ladies and gentlemen, the trash man himself, Mr. Anthony Beltre. What's up, Anthony?
What's up, everybody? Hello.
Good to see you, my friend. All right, so we are here. I just got a couple of cows cleaning issues.
Couple?
No, a couple of house cleaning issues that I just want to share real quick. Like I said, yesterday was mine and Tiffany's 10th wedding anniversary, and I surprised her. I couldn't tell anybody, but I surprised her with a surprise vow renewal on top. Now, Ray will know what this is. On top of the Huntington building downtown with the weather ball.
Oh,
right under the weather ball. Yeah. And for those of you who don't know, you know what? I mean, it's smaller, but it's kind of reminiscent of the Daily Planet kind of thing. It's a big, sphere up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that night the color changes. The weather ball changes color depending on what the weather is. So we got to hit the button to make it red last night and make it. But we were there under the weather ball, and so I just wanted to quickly. There is a video available here on the channel that is the entire thing from surprise to the end, and it's awesome. The look on her face was awesome. Tiffany and I were coming up the stairwell to the top. I had just told her that my buddy wanted to take us up there.
You're dressed like Marty McFly.
I am. We did this whole thing. You got to see the video because I got her up there under the pretense that we were just going to go to dinner, that we couldn't do anything for our 10th wedding anniversary. None of the plans that worked out, and we were just going to go up there to sight it out for my son Landon. who is getting his senior pictures, because Landon and I have been up there before. And so we were just I told her, I said, well, hey, my buddy Greg said that we could come and scout it out, if we wanted, and see, if you really want to, do his pictures up there. And she's like, okay, yeah, we can do that. And so we were going to do that before dinner. When we got up there, we got halfway up there. I handed him my phone. I made up this lie that they did all these kind of deals in the stairwell that we were in that leads right up to it. And I said, so many famous people have made deals right here and had handshake deals right here. And I told Greg, I said, hey, will you take my phone and just like take a picture? And that's where the video pops in, where I had set it to record video. And my buddy James, who can be seen here on the channel sometimes, he popped in as Doc and says, because in my wedding vows 10 years ago, I told her in the vows that I wrote that, honey, if one day a crazy scientist shows up in a DeLorean and tells me that I have to go to the future to save our family, I promise you that I will go and I will not screw it up and be a butthead. And her favorite movie is Back to the Future. And so I played off of that because we're in the stairwell, the recording started, and all of a sudden the music from Back to the Future starts. And he comes down and he tells me, Enosh, you've got to come with me to the future. You save your family. Your family's all messed up. And so we did this whole acting thing. I ran up the stairs, and then I would go up with him. But then every time we'd come back, we had screwed up the timeline. So it starts off with my buddy James, but then we go up and we come back, and it's another friend of mine. And then we go up again and we come back and it's another. Oh, and then I brought down James's wife, Mandy, and I kind of did the play on, because we all know the people who are, they don't like gender swapping. And so she was dressed as Doc, and I said, oh no, Doc, now you're a woman. The fans are going to lose their mind. And so we go back up, we change it, and then a couple times later we brought Isaac's girlfriend, my other son's girlfriend, down, and she's black. And we looked at each other, and I said, okay. Oh, I said, listen, I have no problem with this. As long as it's great for the story, I have no problem with this. But the fans are going to revolt, Brianna. So we go back up. I brought all these different people down, and then finally we took her out on there. So this was me and Logan, because I come back at one point dressed as Marty. And whoops, I'll show you guys here. Whoop, where's it going? Come on. Oh, then whoops. Come on.
Is that Johnny?
That's Johnny Pop. Yep, from 2 Cents on Nonsense. He helped officiate, and so I really was thankful to him. And then here's the weather ball you can see up there. So we're up on top of the building. It's really cool. Here's me and Landon. Me and Landon is Doc and Marty.
That's pretty rad, dude.
And then here's when we brought her out there. I had a guy playing violin. My friend Matthew was playing violin. So you can see.
That's awesome, man.
Had a nice little kiss there. There's Matthew playing violin to our song. And I wrote her a song, and all of our friends were there. Johnny Pop having a good time. The sun came out. It had been raining all day. And so my thanks to Huntington Bank, my friend Greg. I gave her the gift of a lightsaber. I gave her Princess Leia's lightsaber because she's my princess, because she let me buy that Star Wars pinball machine. And yeah, we had such a great time. Like I said, I wrote her a song. It was fun. We were all together. And yeah, and then the big kiss at the end there. That's the look of love, ladies and gentlemen. I hope for everyone to find someone that loves them the way that Tiffany and I love each other, because I tell you what, I'm the biggest nerd. And here's my friend. I'm sorry, I'm a little verklempt right now, and I just got a text. This is my friend Aaron, and he plays in the band with me. He's one of my best friends, and he told a joke to us here that was hilarious, because when we started the band, he used to tell me about how, like, in high school they used to play the penis game, where you go up to somebody and you say the word penis really quiet, and then everybody else has to say the word penis like a little bit louder, right? And so at our wedding, he did a toast, and he says, hey guys, I just want to wish you all the happiness in the world. And there were people at the wedding who were like, wait, what? What did he just say? And so if you watch the video, he comes up at the very end of the video and he says, hey guys, there's just one thing that I've been wanting to tell you guys for the last 10 years. It's really been on my mind. And we started laughing because we knew exactly what it was going to be. And then he didn't say it. Then he just says, I love you guys. And so then I yelled penis. And so yeah, so it was fun. So it was fun. And then they brought us out some stuff, and so it was just a good time. So go watch the video. The video's right here on the channel, and you can have a fun time with that. So I just wanted to tell you guys, I love my wife. That was all just for me to just say, you know what, I love my wife, and I wish for everybody to have that kind of love in their heart. Now, Jimbo, before we get started, bro, tell everybody. We want to let everybody, if I can get my mouse to work, come on. We want everybody to have a chance to pick what your first gameplay is. So what are the choices, sir?
So I have a total of 6 choices. I couldn't pick on one. They're all kind of in the realm of kind of either RPG or kind of like a horror-ish game, because there's a bunch that just came out. So I would say there's The Quarry, which is a brand new one. I heard really good things about it. I haven't played it. It is a successor by the same studio that made Until Dawn, which that's also a great game.
Until Dawn's really good. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then which I haven't played that either. I mean, I played Until Dawn, but not The Quarry. Then also I heard a lot of people suggesting me on my own streams to play Detroit Become Human, because I haven't played that, and I heard that's a phenomenal game.
Really?
I've not played that.
Wow.
And so, yeah, I've not played it, so it would be an interesting thing. And then I said either Resident Evil 7 or 8, considering that they're remastering multiple titles in the series. And then give
good ones.
Yeah. Who knows if they're? I don't know. I don't know if they're remastering the good ones. But then I have God of War 3 because of the new game that's coming out. Okay. And if I do God of War 3, then I'll go right into God of War 4, and I'll kind of catch everyone up to speed on this the story so far before Ragnarok comes out this fall. And then the 6th option is literally just other, like what other games would you guys like to suggest? And I don't know if we'll do a community post about this later to let more people vote, or just live audience vote. But either way, just let me know what you guys are thinking.
Yeah, we'll put a community post up as well. But let us know in the chat, and we'll go back through and do the thing. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Probably not going to have a chance to go back through because we want to get right to our panel. We want to get right to the discussion because, man, some of this stuff is what we've been waiting for a long time.
You want me to open? Just talk about what I found?
Tell us what you found, and then we'll go for it.
So, credit to Rational Skeptic for this, because he sent me a picture from a Reddit thread talking about some game. It was called like Game of Thrones shit. So I looked at that. I'm like, what is this? So I read it. And there was an interesting blurb, so I went to go dig into and figure what this out is. And I'm going to share my screen. This was an article from LA Magazine in January of this year. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I read it twice.
Okay. Who's that woman?
That is Tatiana Segal.
That is Tatiana Segal. Now, if you don't know who she is, she used to write for The Hollywood Reporter.
Yep.
Then she quit early this year, and she went to the Rolling Stone. She was pretty prolific at The Hollywood Reporter, and she was the one who wrote the Rolling Stone article about the Snyder bot situation, who did that whole expose a couple weeks ago. She is also the same writer who just recently wrote that Batgirl article talking about the Snyderverse documentary. Remember that?
Yeah, she doubled down on the bots. Right,
right. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but it is interesting. It kind of talks about Penske Media and some stuff in regards to this. But I found this interesting blurb. Do you guys know who Kim Masters is?
Absolutely. Hollywood Reporter.
Hollywood Reporter Kim Masters, right? If you don't know who she is, she was the one who helped Ray write that expose piece about Joss Whedon, right?
Yes.
Correct.
She also, just today, wrote that Walter Hamada article that we're probably going to take a look at. But what if I told you that the reason she may have quit, Tatiana Segal may have quit the Hollywood Reporter, was over Ray Fisher?
Oh,
What?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Ray Fisher suggested that a week or so ago.
Segal declined to comment for the story, so let's just speculate on one key point. Why would she have even considered ditching a steady gig, thereby nuking a relationship with the most powerful publisher in Hollywood, take a flyer with an iffy new venture? It can't have been money, although there's tons of award season cash sloshing around these days. Ankler Media is very much a shoestring operation. It received $125,000 from Startup Accelerator Y Combinator, along with an advance on earnings as part of the Substack Pro program. But that's not enough to make anybody rich, at least not yet. And here we go. Instead, sources at the Hollywood Reporter believe Segal was motivated by a very tense relationship with Hollywood Reporter stablemate Kim Masters, a legendary journalist giant killer with more pelts on her wall than Don Jr. Their relationship grew especially frosty, sources say, due to differing takes on actor Ray Fisher's battle with Joss Whedon and Warner Brothers.
Wow, that is very interesting.
So let me build the story for a second, okay? So you have a prolific writer for the Hollywood Reporter who got into it with another writer at the Hollywood Reporter who covered Ray Fisher's story and helped Ray publish that article where he gave his side of the story.
Yep.
She leaves the Hollywood Reporter in this big event because she was one of the most biggest writers there, goes over to the Rolling Stone, and she's writing anti-Snyder articles.
Interesting, isn't it?
Very. Yeah, very interesting.
I don't remember what the tweet said. Like, I don't remember it word for word, but Ray Fisher absolutely suggested this a week or so ago I think it was after the Snyder piece that she posted, the one about the Snyder bots. He tweeted that day and suggested that it was an issue, that there was stuff between her and Masters. He didn't get into detail about it, but he absolutely was aware.
I'm just saying, I thought, because the fact that this has gone under the radar, and this article from LA Magazine was published in January of this year. So I had no clue about this, right? But now I'm thinking to myself, okay, so Tatiana Siegel had a battle with another writer who covered the Ray Fisher situation, helped Ray publish his article, and now she's at the Rolling Stone publishing and writing articles that are anti-Ray Fisher, anti-Zack, and anti-Snyderverse. I'm not going to make any accusations, but I find that very suspicious.
RJ, can I just say it's good to have you back on our side?
I was never on that side. I was going to end with that. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. That's a funny one. That's funny.
That's good. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just mean that was a good. That was funny.
No. Just
I'm just saying. I got to give credit to Rational Skeptic for sending me a picture of that Reddit thread, but then I actually read this article and I found this, and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm very suspicious now.
Yeah, because there's people on Twitter that say that she's a Joss Whedon fangirl, and that's what she is. If you go back from 2016,
I'm just saying, if this is accurate and there was an embroiled battle because they had disagreements on how to cover this Ray Fisher thing, that throws all those Rolling Stone articles now into question.
And I mean, Rolling Stone has been slumming it really badly, like worse than Scooper Madness the last month or so. Not just with the Snyder stuff and the other thing, but also there was, I don't know who wrote one of that big one about Ezra Miller where they claimed that they had like footage of the bullet in the baby's mouth.
It was for sure Rolling Stone that claimed they had video footage, and then they failed to disclose said video footage. It's like, okay,
right?
If you're saying you have video footage of this, why don't you provide it then? And they never did.
So Rolling Stone has been digging its own grave for a minute as far as like being attention whores. So this is not surprising. It just further corroborates the already suspicious behavior from Rolling Stones as far as like what they've been doing lately with this subject.
And to make this even worse, if people don't know, Rolling Stone used to be strictly music, but then all of a sudden they finally started to get more into more of the actual film and more entertainment realm. And to be honest with you, I think they put these hit articles up just to get people to click, because y'all got to remember it's a paywall. So if you don't pay for it, you ain't gonna get this article like this. I don't know, Enoch, did you pay for this or is it on the free?
No, I found this. This is on LA Magazine. This is free to access, at least as far as
free to access. Okay.
This is a free to access article, and I have the link, and I recommend everyone read this. It's really interesting.
So my advice for people, if you do not want to pay for the Rolling Stone articles, just to read the rhetoric, because it's hilarious. It's hilarious when you actually read it, because they try to trick people. But just screenshot every single part while you still got it free. Because I think they only let you do it maybe for 3 times or something. So if you get it for one time and you can scroll down, you can screenshot the whole article if you can, if it's not too long, and then you just go from there and then just get on out. That's how you do it. But
I figured I would just share that because that was kind of just earth shattering to me because I think that throws a lot into question. Honestly, I think that's kind of eye opening.
Makes sense, man.
She's a Josh Whedon
crazy.
fangirl. That's what
I'm just saying it's just crazy that all of this could have stemmed from an embroiled battle between 2 different writers who used to work at the same publication.
Because they're petty as hell.
I was just going to say
Let's be honest.
Yes, they are.
Like we keep trying to say this, but like it's ridiculous. Like every time something new comes out, we're like, why the hell does everybody hate Zack Snyder like this? Why, you know what I mean? Like everybody who works with Zack always goes on about how we love Zack. Zack is like the best to work with. Actors love him, you know, like everybody on the crew loves him. You know, people who work with him, write with him, everybody loves him. And it's just like,
don't forget the visual effects artists.
Oh, the visual effects artists love him, right? I mean, you know, the camera loves him. You know, like apparently Teen Titans love him. You know, like everybody loves him. But then you get these butthurt people who like they act like the guy came in and like killed their puppy.
They don't like him for one reason.
And we don't stand for killing puppies here because bullysticksdirect.com has great puppy
Wow.
chow. Right? You like that?
Wow, that's a nice plug.
Thank you. But no, I mean seriously,
segue.
like it's
Beautiful segue.
it's just so ridiculous and over the top. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that somebody would be that petty, especially after reading that article. I mean, that article was just nonsense, you know, going on about fans and the bots thing. And look, we even had Stylon Scotty on here. I mean, that's what he does, right? And he did a deep dive. If you guys missed that, I mean, go back to the video.
My whole
to find
thing
it.
is
But
like,
he did a deep dive on why that article made no sense from a technical
what I wish we could
standpoint.
know. The only thing I wish we could know is what exactly did Tatiana Siegel take issue with when it came to Kim Masters in that Ray Fisher article? What was so bad about that she got so upset at her that she wanted to quit working at the Hollywood Reporter and go somewhere else?
That is the $1 million question, isn't it?
Well, part of what I had heard, kind of from the Ray Fisher tweet thing, was not so much that it was an issue that she had with the article, but more or less the two of them butting heads. Because the reality of the situation is that as big as Tatiana Siegel may have been a Hollywood Reporter, she couldn't eclipse Kim Masters. Kim Masters has more sources. Kim Masters has been in the business longer. Kim Masters has more experience. And it's funny because Kim Masters was somebody that 5 years ago I slammed because she was one of the earliest ones. She was the one that was reporting that Affleck was leaving. You know, that 2017 before all the disaster happened. And I called her a liar, said this was ridiculous and all that. And lo and behold, 5 years later, I'm following her on Twitter because she's actually one of the more trustworthy reporters out there, at least in the last couple of years, with respect to what is actually happening, like in Hollywood. And so what I've heard, RJ, is that Tatiana Siegel, like it's ego. She didn't like that she couldn't eclipse Kim Masters, and that there was something. It's almost like it was territorial in that sense, and it just goes to the pettiness that Enosh is talking about, because these writers all have egos.
But so petty to where you drag an actor and a director's name to the
absolutely
mud and really do that.
Absolutely, RJ. Yes, especially now in the clickbait era. Absolutely, because it goes into, I don't know, I forget who was it that was talking about Rolling Stone not only being music back in the day.
That was Prime.
That was Prime.
Yeah. So no, he's right. And so the situation that's all of these publications, like, and this, I know that this is from national publications, local publications. They've all been struggling for the last 20 some odd years because of the internet, because of the onset of digital. Nobody buys magazines anymore. Nobody buys newspapers anymore. They've all had to adjust to digital publishing. And the problem with that is that digital publishing is very different in terms of trying to get attention, trying to get clicks, trying to get people to actually read your stuff. And so a lot of them have resorted to lowest common denominator, and a lot of it is the negative stuff. I mean, unfortunately that's what sells, RJ, more than anything else. Negativity
that is
sells
true.
hard. And so
facts on that.
Whether it's true or not, it does not matter. Especially now, we live in an age where more misinformation and disinformation than there's ever been in human history that we all have access to on a regular basis, 24/7, 365. And so these types of tactics, it does not surprise me one bit that Rolling Stone is doing it, and many others are doing it as well to get anybody's eyeballs, anybody's attention. Doesn't matter if it's true or not.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Siegel get called out by Ray Fisher a couple of days ago?
About a week and a half ago.
Didn't she get called out?
Yeah.
Because,
I think that was the tweet I was talking about. The one that I saw. Like, I want to say it was on the day of the Snyder article. I really feel like it was the same.
Yeah, like the day of or day after.
Snyder article. Yeah, it was a Snyder article. Yeah. So I'm like, that's why I said, like, when they come out with these hit pieces, you know, I'm just saying, this is just my belief. This is just what I'm looking at. Is that I get it that they have integrity, but if a company is going to give them big money to write this article, they're literally going to do it. So it's pretty much integrity, and your honor really doesn't matter. As long as that you get your name out there and you can smear somebody's name, it don't even matter. But they getting that money, they getting that check to get whatever to get this piece out. So, you know, but sometimes studios, they have numerous amount of people that will lie. They'll take one article that they really trust and give them the proper information and give everybody else all the bad stuff, but pay them just to put this article out to, you know, stir up some controversy. Yes. And it's messed up. It wasn't like this back in the day, you know, but now, like Ray said, it's a mess. It's crazy, but you really have to choose wisely on who you really read and what you look out for. And it's kind of hard with Rolling Stone because they've been a real top-notch company for so long. And like he said, everything has been downhill for these companies. And, you know, music is pretty much obsolete now with streaming. You know, with, you know, Spotify, music doesn't do what,
right. I mean, the way you write and cover music is just dramatically changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, Rolling Stone, with their bread and butter is pretty gone now, so they have to get with the times, and now they got to do crappy stuff because Rolling Stone used to be credible. I mean, if people really want to know, Rolling Stone used to be very, very credible back in the day. Now,
as far as music goes, yeah, if you wanted the inside scoop on anything related to music or otherwise in that realm or in that corner of like pop culture, Rolling Stone had it on lock as far as music goes. I remember reading a lot of their articles in regards to like Slipknot, Metallica, a bunch of other bands that I used to listen to avidly in high school and in college. But now it's like they're you know, kind of losing their edge with that, and now they're just kind of resorting to low-level journalism tactics, if you can call it journalism.
And also adding to all of that, you know, back in the day when it was still print, they were actual like journalists, like they went to school for journalism. They had degrees in English or journalism, like communications, that it was something that they studied, right? Like and something that I've studied. Like I was a comm major at U of M Flint. So like, but now you don't need anything other than the ability to type. That's all you need. You just need the ability to type. And you can write for any of these publications. You don't need a degree. You don't need any training. They don't care. It's just, what can you write that will get us attention? What can you write that will get us clicks? That's all it is.
Yeah, true.
And to go with Enosh on the reason why a lot of people don't like Zack is it's jealousy. People like Zack and respect this man so much, and the notoriety that he gets, they wish they got that, but they don't. So they wish they could be in his shoes. And Zack does things that is completely different. He's a visionary. A lot of cats wish they can do the things that Zack does, you know. So, you know, me personally is like, I've never heard, and I think everybody on this panel as well, and everybody that's listening, you ain't heard one bad thing from anybody that he's worked with, a bad thing about Zack Snyder, period. I'm talking about nothing except people that's pretty much studio execs saying that, or they don't necessarily say it verbatim. You could just see it in their, you know, their
vernacular.
Yeah, the vernacular that they say, or, you know, even when dang, it's off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of it. I don't know if y'all remember the Hollywood Reporter Executives Roundtable, And when they had all those,
Fallon Horn, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I remember that, and the way when they was praising Zack Snyder at that table from all those companies. Did you see how Toby Emmerich looked when they
Steam was
said
coming out of his ears.
Yeah, it just,
Steam
like,
was coming out of his ears. Yep.
It was that you could see it. So that's what I don't get it. But hey, that is what it is. So, but hey, that is what it is.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's
You know,
true.
it's funny, you know, some people are out there saying, oh, Rebel Moon won't even get close to being the next Star Wars, this, that, and the other thing. I'm just like, you really don't understand how much of a model.
You're bringing up that stuff with Carter.
Maybe.
Yes.
But it's like, that dude is a modern version of George Lucas today. And I truly cannot see a reality where his work is not shown and it's not regarded in some capacity to a wider worldwide audience. And I just find it funny that some people still to this day drag his name as if there's some merit to doing that.
It's all because
he's always trending
I would
for
just say
some
haters
reason.
gonna hate.
Yep. Haters gonna hate. That's right.
It's all they're all just like the jealousy thing I buy because it's twofold. It's because I still believe this. I've said this for a couple years now, and I still totally believe this. It's all his troubles started the moment he was given the keys to the golden hero in the DC Pantheon. The moment he touched Superman, that is when anybody even remotely could. No one. He didn't get much flack for Watchmen. He didn't get flack for 300 or anything before then.
No, he got some flack for Watchmen, but not to the extent of Man of Steel, though.
Yeah.
Yes. The moment he could. So it's twofold, right? It's not just that they didn't like that he didn't give them Christopher Reeve 2.0 in Man of Steel. It's also because how dare they give him Superman? Right? Like, how dare he gets to play with Superman as a character? Like, this dude who was directing Michael Jordan in music videos, he gets to touch Superman?
Dawn of the Dead remake?
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Like
the guy who made the Owls movie?
Right.
And the Owls movie was good. I
it was good.
And the thing about it is that when Nolan handed the stuff to Zack for Man of Steel, Zack didn't write it. Chris Roven wrote it, and no, David Goyer.
David Goyer.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Chris. I'm thinking of Charles Roven. Yeah, David Goyer wrote it, and Nolan was just the executive and the producer. So I mean,
the
Zack
same person that wrote the Dark Knight trilogy. So
yes. Well, actually, the story was conceived by Christopher Nolan and David Goyer. The general concept of introducing Superman into a modernized real world was the idea of Christopher Nolan and David Goyer. And conceptually speaking, Zack Snyder, towards the end of it anyway, Zack Snyder was the one who's like, hey, what if Superman snapped Zod's neck? And that threw every Superman fan into a straight tizzy that they still talk about to this day. And I still find it so funny.
And it is crazy.
That was like the best.
Thing,
that was one of the best parts of the movie, though. Like that was such an emotional scene, though. Like I just don't like. Imagine
I saw somebody today complaining about that. Literally, I saw somebody today complaining about that. They had a TikTok video where they were going on and on about how they just they could not agree with it. They thought it was a throwaway thing, and they were even like, yes, Superman killed Zod and everything. They even admitted that Superman killed Zod in Superman 2, and they were like, in the comics and everything. But they just fundamentally had a problem with the way he killed him in this, and I'm just like. What?
Read a comic, idiots.
Goofy shit.
I mean, this was it was so powerful to me. To like what happened there was so powerful, and it got you because it when Superman throws Zod into the ice shelf. In Superman 2, he's smiling. He's sadistic. He's literally laughing about. He crushes a defenseless man's hand into a million pieces, picks him up by the belt, just nods at him, and throws him. But this Superman is literally begging. He's trying to save the last little bit of Krypton that he can even hold on to, and he's begging and pleading with Zod, please. just comply. Please just stand down. Please just give up this fight. And Zod just lays it out for him and says, no. Never.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be the last Kryptonian. He wants to have his people with him.
I will kill everyone. I will destroy everyone you love and everything. And he's going to kill that family. And in that moment, Superman, in desperation, breaks his neck. And then the seconds after, where there's the silence, and then the anguish that comes through Clark at that moment.
That yell.
That guttural yell. How the hell do you not look at that and say that's the most like epic, just emotionally grabbing thing to write that up? Just go, oh, he just snapped his neck because he's a murderer.
But he's not a murderer.
He didn't pull out a box of kryptonite. Oh my God! He didn't take Zod away from the city and like take out the country.
Well,
he didn't put him in the Phantom Zone. He didn't put him in the Phantom Zone with the rest of the Kryptonians.
But what you're saying, you're not. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, it's like if you ask the general audience, like go to a general audience person that probably hasn't read the comics, and maybe all they saw before was like Superman 78, they would likely tell you. If he didn't do that, that family was going to die. Like so it's, I mean, because that's the other part of it, Enoch, is like the other part of the scene is when you see the close-ups of the family crying. The mom is crying. They are about to die. They are about to get incinerated. If he does not do this, they will die. So the general audience goes, well, he was just saving a family.
Oh my God.
Joe, the craziness, dude. We can't, Joe. That is from the Donner cut, which does not.
It's
which
not
is
in the
not.
Donner cut.
Well,
yeah.
oh yeah, well yeah,
No,
it is. They're
yeah.
in the Donner cut. Their show being taken away by the Arctic Police, which
I
that's got to be a job, huh? The Arctic Police.
I don't think that's
How does that even make any sense? Who are the Arctic Police? How are they strong enough to handle Kryptonians?
They're policing. Well, they're not, because by that time they're depowered. Listen, Joe, I love you, man, but no, you're 100,000,000% wrong. Zod did not survive Superman 2.
Are you sure that I know the scene exists? I know it's real. I'm not debating it.
Yeah,
That's in the Donner cut.
I think it's in the
Yes.
Yeah, it's in the Donner cut. At the end.
Oh
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, you're right. No, you're right. Because in the Donner cut, it turns back time, because because he was originally going to use the footage from that they ended up putting in Superman the movie, which actually, if you watch the Donner cut, it makes the Donner cut like non-existent. So like, why do you even need it? Like, which makes Superman an even bigger dick, because he walks into the diner at the end, and he beats up the trucker who, because he reversed time and undid everything. Guess what? He never met that guy. Right. That guy literally wouldn't even know who he is, because he would walk in and just beat this guy up, and this guy wouldn't even know who Clark is, because Clark reversed time. No, what Joe is talking about, I know exactly what that's from. It's from the ABC special, because they showed Superman the movie or Superman 2 on ABC with additional footage. And so in there at the end, it shows Superman and Lex and Lois, and then it shows the police taking Zod and Ursa and Nan away and it's like, who the hell are the Arctic Police? Who are you policing? I mean,
you policing nobody.
Listen, the Arctic Police can do anything.
That was
another drink. And I've only ever seen like images of
Sarah Douglas didn't write the movie. I've watched Sarah Douglas, and she literally did a promo for the Poindexter Lounge. Okay, that woman literally did a promo for the Poindexter Lounge, and I just saw her 2 months ago. She didn't write the film, dude. It's just like the guy, what's his name, who plays Nan, Jack O'Halloran, right? He wants to write his own Superman thing that talks about the adventures, talking about how Zod, Ursa, and Nan turned good after Superman 2, and they fight alongside Superman. Yes, that was a news story that came out last year, because he didn't want them to be villains anymore. I get it. It's a nice idea, but it's fan fiction, dude. It's fan fiction, bro.
Yeah, no, it's
not
real. It isn't.
That's crazy. Oh, that's before.
Well, Joe, you don't like the Snyder cut either, bro, and you're my friend, and I love you, man. But you know what? But you want to talk filmmakers' intent? Let's talk about how you like Joss Whedon's
How
film.
can you
dude.
not like?
Let's talk about filmmakers' intent, because that was not the filmmakers' intent, bro. I know you can bring it, and I can bring it too, but I know we can both take it. That's why I'll lay the smacketh down, because
how you cannot
mic drop, motherfucker.
That is a drop. Damn.
How can you not like the Snyder Cut, man?
There
I
are
people out there. There are people out there.
This may be a hot take, but I don't care. I'll say it anyway. I think if you went to, like, if you pulled all the Snyder Cut haters, if you put all of the people that hate that movie, 75, maybe even higher percentage of those people that hate that movie are doing it only because they had a bad experience with the toxic on Twitter, and they don't want to give the fan base the satisfaction. There's something ego driven.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with the movie. Has nothing to do with the content itself or even the director. They hate what they hate the other part of it. They hate the toxic. They can't hit mute or block.
Jared, you're right. Jared, you're right. You know what? Just because there's a shot doesn't make it canon. I've also seen shots of Christopher Reeve in a bathrobe on set, but it doesn't mean that Superman was wearing a bathrobe in Metropolis.
Yeah,
just because there's a photo, just because there's like a thing that they shot. You know how many scenes that they shoot that never get used, that end up on the cutting room floor, that make no sense and are ridiculous, and at the end of the day they go, this is stupid, we're not going to put it in the film. I mean, what is in the film? The question is, what is in the film? Right. Zod gets depowered, his hand crushed into a million pieces sadistically, lifted up over, and I still love it. I love every second of it, man. It's still great. It's still awesome to me. But he picks him up and throws him into an ice shelf, and he falls down into a misty hole.
Is that true? That's
Ryan Singer? No.
Hold on. Is that true? That's Superman Returns.
What's that?
About Jude Law? I never knew that.
What's that?
Jude Law. The thing about
Jude Law playing Zod. Yeah.
I've never heard that before.
He was going to play Bruce Wayne.
But here's the thing: even if that was the case, did it wind up in the movie? Answer: no.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. No, did not end up.
Superman Returns suck ass.
Yeah,
because of Ryan Singer.
I get it. I get it. Joe is very nostalgic, and he doesn't like change. I get it.
He is.
That's okay.
I love Joe. I love Joe.
It's cool. You cool.
I love Joe. He's a cool guy. Man. We're just messing with Joe, so nobody like go actually after Joe, because I love Joe.
I'm not going after.
I know. I'm telling the chat. Like we tease Joe because Joe is a friend of the show, and we just tease him because he's got the hot takes. But he calls himself Crazy Joe, so.
This is why Superman can't evolve, because of people like Joe. Thank you, Joe. Superman can't evolve because of this nostalgia thinking, and we need the 80s and 70s to be here forever, even though it's not relevant for today.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, if we here, let's circle it.
Look,
back
Joe, you might feel that way, but we don't.
We don't. We don't.
We sure don't.
That's nice. I like that. That's nice.
I like that.
It's really nice.
I like that.
No,
I like that, Enaj. I like.
I mean, that's it. That's exactly what I've been trying to say this entire time.
T-shirts for both of those, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
All right.
Yeah, but no, if it wasn't for the nostalgia, then all of the stuff that's happened in the last 72 hours wouldn't have been necessary, because they would have just, stuck with their plan that they had 6 flipping years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So
they didn't, but he didn't smile enough, so they had to change that.
Right. So that's
what got the CGI
look. Don't forget the fact he died in his second movie. That's why people are also pissed.
Oh yeah. Doomsday was too soon.
Literally the scene I have over here.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So yesterday was the big day, right? Zaslav came out. The axe of Zaslav kind of came down. I mean, look, everybody was worried.
It wasn't as much of a bloodbath as I thought it
Yeah,
might be.
it wasn't as much as a bloodbath, and we showed this because we said we were going to look at it afterwards. But I think it's safe to say none of this happened.
Nope. Yeah, none of that.
Only maybe a couple of things.
But like this thing that was this thing was floating around, and it's like
it was a bunch of
on Twitter. Yeah.
Bunch of bull
Yeah, it was.
The only thing on there's only like one thing on there. It's just the 10 the 10-year plan and
Yeah.
everything else on there.
I mean, the biggest news besides the DC thing is that HBO Max and Discovery Plus are going to become one app next summer.
Yeah, and we figured that. And we figured that. I mean,
that was established from the go. The minute,
but they
he
said
became
that.
head, like,
But they said that the content that's there is going to be there. So I don't care as long as add the Discovery stuff.
Except their original properties that they're cutting.
Yeah.
Because if you really listen to the financial part, they really don't see the point of having big IPs,
especially streaming movies. They're
right?
Really
especially for
de-emphasizing
streaming. And I
movies.
agree because I said that too. Because think about it, if you have a movie that's a budget like for $90 to $100 million, and you just strictly just put it on to streaming, how you going to make a profit? Where you going to get the profit from?
I from the ARPU.
No, because there's really no profit. If you decide just to, if you go ahead and you put it strictly in theaters, if you're going to do something that's a high profit movie, I mean, not a high profit, a high budget. I don't know why I said profit. High budget movie, you put it in theaters. So don't put it directly on streaming if you're not going to get it. Because you're not really going to get a profit. Think about it. Let's just say, I'm just throwing a number out there. $100 million. Let's just say it doesn't accumulate the amount of views or watchings to actually get the amount or get the money that you get. It doesn't necessarily happen like that. To the point where you getting the money in the theater. You're going to get double or triple the money in the theaters. You know, I agree with what that is. I've been saying that for years. I've been saying that. I don't agree that stuff should not just go straight to streaming. If you have an IP and if it's a lot of money, I can understand if you got something maybe like 5 million, 10, something like that, but 190 million and it's going to go straight to your streaming platform. I highly, highly, highly disagree with that because it's not going to make any money.
Well, no, I could not disagree with you more on everything you just said. I couldn't disagree with you more on everything you just said, honestly, and here's why. Because with respect to I'm still hearing too many people, and this is never going to go away, but too many people are looking at streaming and trying to approximate it to box office in the traditional sense. You can't look at a view the same way you look at as a sold ticket. It's not the same thing. It is not even
exactly.
It's not equatable.
Okay, so you can't say, if you agree with that, Prime, you can't say that it's not going to get the views on streaming like it would in theatrical. You're comparing apples and oranges. It doesn't work that way. It's two completely different models. And here's what the models are. In traditional marketplace, for like if you release it in theaters, you have a 90-day window to make as much money as possible as a windfall, which is why opening weekend is big. It's why, you got to get it on as many screens. It's why Disney takes over and bullies Everything Everywhere All at Once and all the other movies out of theaters for Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, because you got to get you have to get as many eyeballs, you got to get as many tickets sold as possible in that first couple weeks, because you have only got a maximum of 3 months to make as much money as possible, and then you're done. Whereas with a streaming
not even that now, Ray, because the time window has been halved. It's 45 days now.
You're right.
So
but now Zaslav is saying that they may not even be the case anymore. They're going to do it by case basis.
Well, Black Adam
45 days.
And Shazam has the 45-day release date, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, no. See, I forget who pointed this out on Twitter, but Paramount is one that does it variable as well. Obviously, I mean, the Tom Cruise was fighting with them on Top Gun Maverick and everything, but they don't do not all of their movies are 45 days. Some of them are. Some of them are. So they do it. So there is there's a model for doing it case by case. I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, but the thing is you've got the traditional model where it's 45 days, right? As Phil just said, 45 days, and that is it. That's all you have to sell as many tickets as possible. And then you got to, deal with, you recoup whatever losses or whatever gains you had at that point. But you literally have a short window. Whereas with streaming, it's not about a short window. It's about getting as many people to give you their debit card or their credit card number to watch the Batman or to
On that
watch
first weekend.
on that first, and then that's the gateway drug, right?
Yep.
Because once you watch the Batman, oh wait, they've got all 6 seasons of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Oh wait, they've got Batman the animated series. Oh, I'm not joking. Like,
oh wait, they got Batman Beyond.
Case in point,
exactly.
Stranger Things season 4 had it had the most views of anything Netflix has had up until even before. I honestly don't remember what, but like Squid Game. Thank you. Like it had those. It had the like in the billion number section. I'm kind of drunk right now. I honestly don't remember what I'm talking about.
I don't think it's billions, but it's.
I mean, in views, they had literally a billion views within the first couple weeks of season 4, volume 1 and 2 dropping. So they made their money back based on people either renewing their subscription, having their subscription, or just getting it in the most amount of eyes possible.
Right.
Darth Vengeance, I will tell you the answer to this question on Sunday because me and Max are probably going to do a stream. Max bought me the Batman and Superman hot toy from that, and so it finally came in this last Wednesday, and I'm going to.
Is it your first hot toy?
It's my first hot toy. Yeah.
Wow.
It's my first hot toy.
Oh,
yeah, it's
boy.
my first hot toy. Yeah.
Nice.
That's a nice little thing. I just want to show you guys this real quick. This is the lightsaber that I gave to Tiffany. This is the Princess Leia lightsaber.
Is that from Rise?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's beautiful. You know, like I'm not a big fan of Rise of Skywalker, but I gotta say this lightsaber.
I like the Rise of Skywalker.
I know, but this lightsaber is beautiful, and it comes with an extra piece right here where you could take the blade out, and it's got the skinny part, so it actually looks movie authentic.
That neck drives me nuts. Yeah, bro.
There's nothing you can do with the blade. I mean, you know, there are people who do the blade.
Go to Saber Forge.
I know, but you know what? But you're not going to get authentic looking lightsabers though at Saber Forge. You're gonna get the cool thing. I get what you're saying. I know because they do them because what they do is they latch in right here, but they're not. But they light up different. They're not LEDs that light up from the bottom to the top. They're base made, so the light shines from inside the saber up the blade. So they're cool for battling because you can actually battle, and they make and it's not going to damage the LEDs actually in the blade. But this has the LEDs actually in the blade. So that's the difference, right? That's the difference because I've got some battle sabers as well. But you can take this off and you can wear the hilt where it's got the skinny part be out.
That's pretty cool.
So full disclosure, I did a full rewatch thanks to Disney Plus. I did a full rewatch of the whole saga leading up to Rise of Skywalker, and after seeing Rise of Skywalker multiple times, I decided to live on the island of there are no bad Star Wars movies.
You're not alone there. I have a least favorite, but I'm not going to disagree with you there.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad you enjoy all of them.
Even Attack of the Clones? Even Attack of the Clones?
I love Attack of the Clones actually now.
I did.
Attack of the Clones is not a bad movie though.
Yeah,
like I did. Like I said,
I
did a
Rise of
rewatch.
Skywalker supporter. I don't want to hear it.
I did a rewatch. I like them both, but I did a rewatch. Like if you asked me to rank them,
what about the
obviously I have a ranking, but none of them are like subjectively
none of them are
bad.
Yeah, none of them are bad movies. It's just entirely dependent on your taste. Like me, for example, I'm like Rogue One's at the bottom of my list.
Yeah, me too.
For some.
Oh my goodness!
Actually, I mean, it's an okay movie. I like it, but it's not something that I feel like I need to go back to a lot.
But here's the funny kicker. I'm super excited for Andor. I really can't wait to watch Andor.
Me too.
Andor's Rogue One the show. That's crazy.
I know, right? It's super nuts.
Well, I have to check out the trailer because I haven't checked out the Andor trailer yet. So I can't.
Andor looks like Game of Thrones and Star Wars, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I have Rogue One behind Empire.
House of Dragons.
Rogue One is this might be controversial, but I'll say this as well. The rule of my list for Star Wars is Empire 1, New Hope 2, everything else, no matter what, even if they make new movies, cannot be any higher than third. That's my list.
Why does nobody give any credit to Return of the Jedi? What's going on right now?
It's number 3 for me. I have Empire 1, Rogue One 2, Return of the Jedi 3.
I like Return of the Jedi.
Like
It's
Return of
just-
the Jedi is my favorite Star Wars film.
Return of the Jedi is the Dark Knight Rises of the original trilogy.
Oh no!
Dark Knight Rises is shit.
Did he just say? Did he just
Dark
say
Knight
Return of the
Rises.
Jedi is the Dark Knight Rises of the original trilogy? Are you
I like
kidding
the
me
Dark
right
Knight.
now?
I like the Dark Knight Rises. I like. the Dark Knight
I go
Rises.
Empire. I go Empire, Jedi, Last Jedi.
Oh,
The last
Okay.
who?
okay.
Okay,
Yep.
I do
Because
like-
and you know what?
watching
The
all-
only reason Last Jedi isn't ahead of Return of the Jedi is because Return of the Jedi, like you said, DL, I feel like people sleep on it because they just remember Ewoks sometimes and they forget all the stuff that happens with Luke and Vader. That whole third act with Luke and Vader and the Emperor is some of the best stuff you'll ever get, and is also some of the basis for why people don't understand The Last Jedi, is because The Last Jedi taps into the fact that Luke tapped into the dark side. I just had a conversation with my brother the other day about that, is the fact that, like, because I've talked many times about how The Last Jedi connects with Empire, right? But when you think about it, because he was like, well, Luke wouldn't do that to his nephew. And I said, well, you know what? He would if he felt like Leia or Han was threatened, because look what he did. Look what he did in Jedi, where he was fine. He was cool. He was collected until Vader said, I'll go after your sister. Right? If you won't turn to the dark side, you will kill you, and then we'll go after sister. Right? And then he taps into the dark side, which is exactly what but Luke wouldn't do that. Yes, he did.
Yeah,
He tapped into his anger, and he literally is hacking away at Vader until he cuts Vader's arm off, and he was going to kill his father. The whole movie, he's like, I wouldn't kill my father. I don't even want to fight my father. I won't fight you. I won't fight you. Next thing, he was going to deliver the death blow to Vader in his anger because of that. And in Last Jedi, he sees a vision of the future where Kylo Ren is killing Leia, is killing Han, is killing billions of people, all the people that he has loved and fought alongside, and putting the universe back into darkness. And he has a moment, but then he snaps out of it, but he had already drawn his saber, and then he puts it away, but unfortunately it was too late.
Okay, just to play devil's advocate real quick.
I gotta be watching. I gotta be watching all the Star Wars because right now I'm lost.
We'll get back on topic. We'll get back on topic. But go ahead, DL. I'll let you.
Yeah, just to play devil's advocate, I don't want to get into an argument about this again.
No.
Because I understand your point, and I do see that in the movie. But I think why people are really upset about that, because while that did happen in Return of the Jedi, remember when he had that moment when he stopped and he said, and he's like, no, I'm not going to turn to the dark side. I think a lot of people assumed that after that point, he learned his lesson and he's never going to make that choice again. So I think that's why people are upset about that.
Yeah, I get that, but I think that's why people forget, though, like, your personality traits are your personality traits, right? And Yoda even addresses that in Rise of Sky, or in Last Jedi. Like, he addresses that with Luke, that Luke, like, he still calls him young Skywalker or or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, he bangs him on the head. I love that, because he's just
hits him
like,
on the head with his cane,
he's just like, Luke, stop being so darn serious, man.
Yeah.
You know, like snap out of that nonsense. Stop being so mopey and everything. Just like honestly, Obi-Wan had to snap out of it. You know, like it took it sometimes that thing is also, and I've said it a million times, Luke sees his master do it, he falls out, you know what I mean? And so, you know, that's why for me it is. But okay, so now
I have a question about we're getting back on topic. It's about the Discovery and HBO Max stuff. So correct me if I'm wrong. Did he say that they were cutting back on scripted stuff? Is that what content? I never understood that. So they're actually cutting back on doing scripted content on the.
They're sort of restructuring it with Casey Bloys taking up like the development of all their scripted content. So it's kind of up in the air still, I guess. I mean, kinda, yes and no.
That to me doesn't really sound like much of a difference, because Casey Bloys has been a part of HBO Max since the inception of it.
Yeah, but scripted content is HBO's signature, though. They're not going to get rid of scripted content.
They would be foolish to do so. They'd be very foolish to do so.
Yeah. I took that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
So So here's my concern about that, because they were talking about all the big IPs that they have, and they wanted have more quality towards that. I know this is really DC centric. That was their main focus on that, but it's what about stuff like Harry Potter and the Wizarding World? Aren't they still going to try and put content
was
on
there. Well, they
They
didn't really talk much Harry Potter. A lot of the stuff was about DC, but it is going to be one of their premier franchises that they're going to focus on. So
I was just shocked that they were very silent about that, because I thought they were talking about we're going to do some new content on that. I'm not even talking about Fantastic Beasts. I'm just talking about other stuff that they want to put on HBO Max or theatrical in the future. I don't know.
I think that obviously Warner Brothers has multiple franchises, but it really feels to me like at the very least, and Enosh, there's totally before I leave, there was totally a question I need to have a discussion with you. There's something in particular about what you said that I really need to hash out with you. Because it really seems like the one thing that I can agree with in terms of what is going on with this current regime is that they understand on some level that as big as Harry Potter is, as big as Game of Thrones is, as big as their other franchises are, DC's the breadwinner. It is. DC's the breadwinner. It's the largest franchise. It's the largest IP they have by far. So, and it has been mismanaged so horrifically that it needs to be their focus going forward. But here's the thing, Enosh, I want to ask you, because you said that, did you mean what you said earlier about you feel some hope? You actually feel like this 10-year plan is going to happen?
Yeah, I do. I do. And here's the thing. I feel like, for once, and I'll tell you what gives me the hope is that nobody in any of the regimes that came before this would have canceled Batgirl. Nobody.
Oh,
and the thing is that all these people coming out going, well, we got this movie that can't be as bad as that movie, or we got this other movie that was bad. What we did, why even bother with it if we got all these other bad movies? Here's why. He said it pretty plainly, and I got it right here, and I'll play this. It's only a minute long, but this will absolutely translate into my answer to you. Oh, come on. It's not going to... Are you serious? It's giving me the stupid codec thing. What the heck, man?
Is it the audio, though? Is it the audio of what he said?
Yeah, it's the audio of what he said.
Because I've heard it.
I can find it. You can go to my... you got to get to the point, but I have the whole thing.
I'm trying to... Dang it. Oh, come on.
This is the first time I've heard somebody have a plan at all and hold it up in the prestige. I mean, the words he was using.
Can anyone tell me what the plan is?
That's what I do. I don't.
Can anyone tell me what the plan is?
Verbatim.
Well,
what is the plan?
No, to be fair, all we know is that it's a 10-year plan. We don't know what the plan is. That is
we don't know. We just know that it's happening and that they're planning it, but we don't know what it is. And I've been saying this since the start. We don't know.
Whoa. Everybody's talking at the same time. Literally nobody heard anything that anybody just said there.
So I have a question. Who's going to be the head of DC Studios? That's the
nobody
question.
knows.
I see, and right.
Well,
so
but this is not the. This was a call though. This was not necessarily where that was going to be. I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm trying to the private chat.
I got it. Which part are you doing? Are you doing the Zaslav speak, the financial?
Yeah,
speak,
the minute long thing.
Part with
the minute long thing where he talks about.
I put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I could have gone. Yeah, because Max actually. Yeah, there it is. That's what. For some reason the video didn't, which is dumb because I screen recorded it, so I don't know why it's not. But let me. Yeah, I'll pull it up. So and then I'll.
There's a lot of gems in there that a lot of people missed. It's a lot of gems in there that they miss.
Okay, so let me.
Oh boy. Is a big opportunity for.
Here we go. Can everybody hear that?
DC is one of the. Okay. DC is one of the top of the list for us. You look at Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman. These are brands that are known everywhere in the world, and the ability to drive those all over the world with great story is a big opportunity for us. We have done a reset. We've restructured the business where we're going to focus, where there will be a team with a 10-year plan focusing just on DC. It's very similar to the structure that Alan Horn and Bob Iger put together very effectively with Kevin Feige at Disney. We think that we could build a long-term, much stronger, sustainable growth business out of DC. And as part of that, we're going to focus on quality. We're not going to release any film before it's ready. We're not going to release a film to make a quarter. We're not going to release a film the focus is going to be how do we make each of these films in general as good as possible. But DC is something that we think we could make better, and we're focused on it now.
Okay, so that being said, this is my take on that. I know a lot of people all of a sudden have come out of the woodwork and they're like, "Oh, why'd you cancel Batgirl? Why'd you cancel Batgirl?" They haven't told us yet, and I get your point, Ray. Right? They haven't told us yet what that plan is. This was a call to basically plant those seeds so that hopefully we get those answers shortly. They do have to put in somebody in charge who is going to make sense, and that we're going to be able to see that. But the spark of hope within me, and like I said, it's a spark of hope. Okay, it's just a spark right now. It's not full-fledged. Hey, like I'm, you know, I am completely, you know, in over my head. It's just a spark right now that with everybody complaining about Batgirl, I feel bad for the people who won't see that come to fruition. Okay, I get it. But at the same time, I'm glad that Batgirl isn't happening. Because if it doesn't fit with where DC is going to go in the next few years, that movie doesn't need to come out. That movie doesn't need to be seen. As much as I love Michael Keaton, as much as I would love to see a Batgirl movie, as much as I like Leslie Grace, the movie doesn't need to be seen. If it doesn't fit the narrative, if they're going to do something different, and I think what's going to piss off a lot of people is, I believe we're going in a completely different direction. I don't believe that we're going to all get what we want out of this. And that's probably a good thing in the long run. When we don't all get what we deserve or what we want, it's probably a good thing. But I hear from him saying this. He says, look, we're going to focus on quality. This was a direct shot at previous regimes at DC and Warner Brothers, saying we're not going to put out a movie just because, hey, we don't have a movie this Christmas, so we better get a movie in production and put something out there. Like Hamada started like putting out stuff like, we're going to make this movie, we're going to make that movie, we're going to make this movie, we're going to that movie. We're not going to do that. We're going to focus on quality, and we're not going to put out something that does not meet the bar. And you know what? That starts with what we've got in the can right now. And if this doesn't meet the bar, and we've shown it to people, and we all agree this is not good, and it doesn't fit where we're going, it's better to take the loss now than to put that out there and embarrass ourselves, because there's already enough people who harp on DC for everything. There's already people who hate everything DC, even the good stuff. Dude, in this very show so far, we have talked with people in the chat and about people in the chat who absolutely hate the stuff that we love. Right? The stuff that like a lot of us here on this panel absolutely love. And we all agree when we're talking, we're like, hey, this is a great movie. No, that sucks. It's horrible. It's the worst thing. I prefer this other thing. So for me, I feel like them taking that step of being willing to take a movie that was done, that was under the old regime, that even had cool pictures, like what is it? This one. Hold on a second. That came out today, right? This one right here, which is a very cool picture, right? It looks great, but you know what? When you hear them say we would have had to put millions more into it, and it just wasn't worth it to try to get it to look theatrical even. And people said that it looked like a bad TV show. I would love to have had this movie work. But apparently it's not. And so because of that, with them willing to take that kind of step, it shows me they're taking this seriously. And David Zaslav is a different breed. And he just said right there, we're not going to put out stuff just to make a quarter, just to try to make some money and put some money in our pockets real quick and write it off because DC doesn't matter anymore. DC matters to us. Like they gave it its own studio. They're like, hey, it's its own thing now.
They gave it its own studio.
Yeah, I know, but I'm assuming, right?
They have their own studio. They have their own division now.
He didn't say that. He didn't say
they got
that.
their own
It was in
division.
the
They
graph.
got their own division.
There was a picture. There was a picture, but they never directly stated it.
I know. But okay, but regardless, I'll just finish what I'm saying. I'm just saying, listen, that's where they're going, though. Okay, they are finally taking DC seriously as a property, and they're saying Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman. These things are important to our financial future, so we must protect them. We must protect DC. That's what was said. We are going to protect DC. We are going to make sure that we put together a team that takes this stuff seriously. Now, the one thing about that scares me is, yes, it's not lost on me that they're kind of trying to, well, they're talking about like they're going to go the Marvel model. Okay, so that's not lost on me. Okay, but
just in terms of structure,
but structure does not mean content or quality, right? I don't want to see them cheese it up. I don't want to look. I definitely don't want to see DC up here making the kind of stupid jokes that Marvel movies make sometime. You know what I mean? I don't want to see that, but I do think that it's a great thing that they're actually addressing it, because before there was no communication. We have not gotten communication from Warner Brothers or DC. Everything's been quiet. They don't admit when they're wrong. They don't tell us anything. And this was like, hey, we admit things have not been good. That's why we're here. And now our regime is going to put the foot down on this. We're not going to release bad stuff. We're not going to approve bad scripts or stupid things. We're not going to put Jack Black. We're not going to consider Jack Black for Green Lantern in a comedy. You know what I mean? We're not going to act like these are comic books, so they're just jokey joke stuff, right? We're not going to do that. So that's that. To answer Ray's question, when I listen to that what David Zaslav just said right there, that tells me, because it says everything that we've been saying for so long about where they should go. And I know it's scary. Here's the thing. There's some times where you say, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want. And then when somebody goes, okay, we go, oh, whoa, wait a second.
No, I
didn't want. Well, it's scary. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
No,
can I just chime in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Phil. Real quick.
I just want to say, I'm a little butthurt he didn't show the Aquaman logo.
Or Green Lantern.
Because he mentioned Aquaman, they didn't bother showing his logo. I was like, what the hell, man? Aquaman's cool.
Didn't mention with the upcoming movies either, though, which I thought was
He
interesting.
didn't even mention Blue Beetle.
Shut your mouth. Blue Beetle is fucking safe, okay?
Those IPs.
Might be safe.
Those IPs.
I was gonna say, I think Ray's been trying to respond to Enosh forever.
Those are going to get shelved. They're not coming.
So here's the thing, and yes, let's shelve all the minority-led projects. That's another topic for another day. Anyway,
dude, I don't know. Ray, come on, man.
No, hang on.
He's got a point.
Here's what's interesting, Enosh. What's interesting is, you remember how you felt the day after. Remember how you felt when we were talking about the aftermath of Hall H. Remember how you felt that day?
Yes.
That's how I feel right now. How you felt that day is how I feel right now, and here's why.
Okay. David Zaslav, I'm surprised by that. Just given the conversations that we've always had and what I assume that you like, I'm really surprised by that, actually. So please tell me.
David Zaslav told you everything you wanted to hear. And we've been through enough of a slog over the last 6-7 years alone that I am unwilling to accept words. I am unwilling to accept talk.
That's reasonable.
That's fine.
Action. And on top of that,
reasonable. I get it.
That's reasonable.
I actually have, but going further, let's go back to Batgirl here for a second. I have a real problem with people putting "but" at the end of that sentence, and you did it too. And listen, it's all subjective. I understand. We all have our own opinions on that movie, but no, it to me, as much as like we can sit here and we can argue the business of it, and we can say, okay, well, they have a plan and Batgirl didn't fit into their plan. Well, the problem is that you inherited a mess from the previous regime. Batgirl was part of that mess. And when you decide that you're just going to write off the movie as a tax write-off, like, okay, fine. Financially speaking, it will help you, and structurally speaking, it will help you. But now you have destroyed, and you've done something worse than what they did to Zack Snyder. And here's why I say it's worse. Because at least with Zack Snyder, at least we're never going to get to see that movie. We're never going to get to see. All we're going to get to see of Batgirl is these photos and these behind the scenes leaks or whatever. At the very least, as shitty and as awful and as horribly whitewashed as Justice League is, at least they showed us bits and pieces of Zack Snyder's original work, which we finally got to see all of in its glory 5 years later. This regime is telling us you're never going to see this. You're never going to see Adil El Arbi and Bilal Falal's work. You're never going to see Leslie Grace's work. You're never going to see Ivory Aquino's work. You're never going to see this work because we don't think it's good enough for you. And thank you, Brendan Fraser.
J.K. Simmons.
You're never going to see this. It's a long list, yes. You're never going to see this work because we have deemed it not good enough for you to watch. And to me, I say the gall of you as a studio, the gall of you, and I realize you own the rights.
That's their job, Ray.
Okay, but here's my problem with that, Enosh.
That's what they're doing. You just said they took over a regime that had messed everything up, that had left them a mess. So what do? Do you just continue the mess? You just continue slopping the mess out there?
No, does anybody know what a multiverse is? Does anybody know?
Because but you don't know what's in this movie. This movie was clearly made to come after all that stuff, and it was clearly had a distinct story.
After the Flash movie.
So here's what you do. It's very simple, Enosh. It's very simple. You don't have it like the other problem is that this movie was being made for a streamer in the first place, and the lifeblood of every streamer is original content, something that feeds in. Now, look, if you want to ditch your idea of doing streaming movies down the road, fine. The fact of the matter is you're still going to need original content for your streamer. And you just eliminated...
You don't drop even more money into something. You don't drop good money after bad. You just don't do it, dude. And I've been part of projects.
Bad. You do not get to tell me what's
good or bad.
But here's the thing.
We don't own it, though, Ray.
Okay. But
we don't own it. We like this stuff, but we don't. Listen, I have been part of projects for major corporations. I did a voiceover and major project, right, for a major corporation that I was super excited about because I was going to get to use this as a springboard to be able to get other projects, other jobs. It was a whole thing, dude. There was singing, there was music. It was a whole thing, right? And I recorded the whole thing. We were all set to go. I was actually getting ready to go meet with some of the suits about this because it was going to be a multi piece instructional video thing that was going to be rolled out to this whole corporation, right? I was excited about it. Put all my blood, sweat, and tears into it. And then they said, we're going in a different direction. We don't like the way this came out. It didn't turn out the way that we wanted it to turn out, and we're going in a different direction. Does it suck for the current time that I was in? Yeah, it does. But you know what? Here's the thing. I was hired to do a job for them. I don't own it. I didn't own it. I still got the tracks and everything that I laid down and that I did and everything, and it sucks and it hurts. It does. But the thing is that in the long run, there is a but though, dude. There is because there's life after this.
Okay,
there's life after this. There was life for me. There'll be life for all these people.
But Warner Brothers as a company has not earned the benefit of the doubt for me to give them a but on any damn thing whatsoever.
Can I come in real quick on that, Ray? I understand 100% what you're saying, but what they inherited was unprecedented and extraordinary. And you're talking, when you compare it to Zack Snyder's Justice League, we got to see that there's different circumstances that led to this. This is something that I guarantee you they looked at in the same vein as Wonder Twins. It's something that should have even never happened. Now, as bad as I feel for the people who worked on this, if I just laid that kind of money down, and it's not just about the money, but the legacies are on the line now. A lot of things are on the line. Just to have that out there, if you've decided that you are going to put in place the people to hold the standard, and he said more in that 1 minute than I've heard in the last 7 years from the previous pirates that ran the company, So if you're going to set the standard and that doesn't meet your standard, don't put it out there, because otherwise you're going to continue to fight the perception that they've had to fight the last 7 to 9 years. And he's made a decision that he doesn't want to do that. Some of these projects that got acted, and if you notice, the great thing about the list of things he wrote off, there was no low hitters in there. Every name that he mentioned, he rolled off was a heavy hitter.
He said everything you wanted to hear. It was great political speak. It was he did the great political job of telling you everything.
It was common sense. It wasn't even political speak. It was common sense.
But my point is, until we actually listen, I'm at the point now where my stance on this franchise and I have no expectations whatsoever going forward for this whatsoever. I have hope, and that's all and my hope is simply, I hope I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying. And when you get to the point after this long where, as a DC fan, all you have to hang on to is, I hope I'm wrong, that's pretty sad. But
Ray, I agree with you, dude. I hear where you're coming from. Okay, and I agree with most of what you're saying. Okay, because I'm trying to hear you out. And I, you brought up like what I said after Comic-Con, right? And I'm still there, dude. They still have to prove it to me. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt and just saying, well, I just believe that what they're going to show me going forward is going to be great. I don't believe that. Okay. They're going to have to show me that whenever they roll out whatever their Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman thing is. I'm not just saying it's just going to be great just because it's the new regime, right? They're definitely going to have to, bring it. They're going to have to come to the table, right? They're going to have to show us. They're going to have to show us those things. So I feel that frustration. This statement right here, did he not even care about Batgirl in the first place? Kind of sounds like he was against it from the jump. No, I was not. I was not against it from the jump. I love Michael Keaton. I wanted to see Michael Keaton as Batman again. When I saw this picture today, I was like, oh my God, that was awesome. Leslie put out a TikTok today where she was literally putting on the Batgirl outfit, singing I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. And yeah, it got me in the feels because, she's bittersweet memories, and she's putting on the actual Batgirl costume, singing about that, right? So I get it. I get the emotional part about it. For me with Batgirl, though, it's not about that. For me with Batgirl, it's simply I am not going to get emotional about it. I'm looking at it from a strictly business point of view, and like what William said, that's the way that I see it. Is that if this doesn't fit where we're going, why take more hits? Why shovel more junk out and have the
What if play devil's advocate?
What if the plan is junk?
Okay,
if the plan's junk, dude, if the plan's junk, we'll call that, right? Like we'll call a spade a spade. Like we will call it the way it is, man. But like what I'm saying is like if they have a plan and they're coming in and that movie just stands out really weird, and you would have to spend millions of dollars more to fix it to make it even make a multiverse sense, right? I mean, I get what you're saying about multiverse. Look, a multiverse movie, if it was just a standalone Batgirl movie that didn't connect to anything else, but this was supposed to launch the Black Canary thing. This was supposed to do a lot of other stuff.
Okay.
We dodged the bullet.
This is a lot of people are missing the whole thing on the business element pertaining to this. I'm a little bit more controversial. I speak the truth and speak the facts that people don't want to hear. So let's put it to in this perspective.
Subjectively.
In the conference call. If people did not know this, all right, they put the statistics on skews, all right? They're not trying to do woke material. Women are more gathered to Discovery Plus. Men are more gathered to HBO Max. So the male skew is more dominated at HBO Max. The women are more skewed to the Discovery Plus. Let's make that first and clear.
I think that's a very outdated way to look at it, though.
It's extremely outdated. It's very outdated, but okay.
Hold on. Now, the next thing is this. We're going to go with the statistics. We're going with the facts. Now, we do live in a woke culture, and there's a lot of things that was going. For instance, the audacity that the old regime was trying to do with these characters. All right?
Audacity?
Yes, hold on. Let me finish. You're going to actually shove aside. If you was going to do a new Justice League, this is what they was doing. These are the tablets. These are things that were reported. All right? is that you're going to push Superman out and replace him with Supergirl. You're going to push Batman out and replace him with Batgirl. To
Your
have
fault
a
if you believed
female,
any of that, but okay.
No, to have a female Trinity, that's absurd. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
The Trinity is Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman.
But
There
they
ain't
screwed
no
those up
dispute
already.
with that. You said what?
They had already screwed up the relationships of everything involved with those. So this was their workaround. Like I was telling you yesterday, I don't think this was a woke agenda. This was a workaround because it screwed up what they had done.
Right. So it basically goes with this. When let's go with sports. When you are a GM and you come in, is that GM gonna keep that head coach? He gonna keep those offensive coordinators? He gonna keep that defensive coordinator? No, he's not. The only thing that he can keep is the players. Now, some players that he can get rid of, but he's going to keep his main hitters.
That's a bad analogy for this movie.
And his main hitters, he is going to bring in so he can run his system and his regime. That is what Zaslav is doing with this. And I'm glad this is the first time in Hollywood that somebody is putting their foot down and leading.
Did you vote for Trump, Prime?
You say what?
Did you vote for Trump?
Ray, what does that have to do with anything, man?
Well, because he's
we're talking about a movie, though. I like the woke stuff. That's all subjective. Look, the woke stuff is all subjective to people's opinion. Okay, the woke stuff.
I go with logical views. I don't go with feelings. I don't go with emotions.
Yeah, I hear that, but I just don't even think that bears anything, because like the woke stuff is like everybody's opinion. Everybody's got a different opinion about what is acceptable, what is not. All I would say is I think that the sports analogy is actually good. You literally brought up, Ray, when you first walked in, came in about like Dave Dombrowski, right?
Yeah.
And for good or bad, they brought in Al Oliva. And for those of you who don't know, we're Detroit Tiger fans.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes to a fault, right? Sometimes to a fault, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. DL is too. DL's in the area. Yeah. So the thing is that a lot of us felt like there were a lot of fans at the time like going to, winning the Central Division wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That going to the playoffs wasn't good enough. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We had to win a World Series. We had to win a World Series. We'd been there a couple of times in the last 10 years, and we didn't get there, right? So good, bad, and different, the regime changed. And they thought they could bring in Al Oliva, and they thought they could do it. Look, if you're a University of Michigan fan, right? Look what happened. Like that decision cost us what now? Like going on almost two. The decision to hire Rich Rod.
Oh, the Rich
right?
Rod. Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that spiraled a whole you took a storied football program in U of M that was respected, that every year, man, our opponents, our rivalries, our rivalry with Ohio State, like it was epic, right? It was something that every year both teams looked forward to, both schools looked forward to. Yeah, Michigan State was always there, and sometimes they won and whatever, you know what I mean? But like that was a fun rivalry, right? That was a fun rivalry. But the Ohio State thing, we knew that we were going to show up every year, right, Ray? And I know you went to U of M, right? So I'm a Michigan fan. I just bought tickets to a game for my birthday, right? So, but they made a hiring decision that he came in, and yes, he changed the entire thing, right? I understand what you're saying, Ray, and the fact that this regime is coming in, Zaslav's coming in, and yes, he's wiping the slate clean, right? Now, I get what you're saying too about he's telling us what we want to hear. I respect that. Okay, and I think that you make a great point there. The only thing that even gives me a little bit of hope with this is the fact that nobody else has had the balls to call a spade and say, hey, this thing is not good. Somebody approved Catwoman coming out. Somebody approved, these other movies, that have taken so much flack over the years and embarrassed the DC fan. Well, and
Green
Lantern.
But somebody looked at the Green Lantern movie.
Okay, hold on though. Somebody looked at these movies, even if there's good things, because I think Green Lantern has some salvageable things in it. But somebody looked at that movie and said, "This is okay the way it is. We're going to go ahead and put this out.
Universe.
This will start.
It's good enough to start DC Universe."
Somebody looked at Batman. I got the drop where Have you ever seen The Drop, man, where Arnold Schwarzenegger is talking about Batman and Robin? And I played it. Here it is. He's talking about Batman and Robin. It's just only 20 seconds. But the things that he says here that we know now about Batman and Robin, right? And listen.
It's the most spectacular and well-written script that I've ever worked on. It just has really great writing in it, and so therefore I think people really will get off on all those speeches and this dramatic stuff and Shakespearean stuff.
I shall repay them for sentencing me to a life without the warmth of human comfort. I will blanket the city in endless winter.
Oh my god!
So that's literally him saying that that's the best writing that he had ever worked with, right? Nobody in the studio, and I know it's a long time ago, but nobody in the studio looked at that and went, hey, this isn't good, because it was just, hey, these are comic book movies. It's fun. We'll just put whatever out, right? People will like it.
Yeah.
People will enjoy it. People will deal with it, right? And the thing is it's put a bad taste. Now, along the road, we've gotten some really great things like Batman Begins, like The Dark Knight, right? That like people argue over whether or not that's a good version of Batman or not, but they're good movies. Okay, Dark Knight Rises. Did you say you like The Dark Knight Rises?
Shit rises.
I
Yes,
like
okay.
it. I like it.
I like parts of it. I like parts
I
of
mean,
it.
it's all subjective enough.
Yeah,
Good
it's
and
all
bad are
subjective. I know.
So-
I know.
Yeah,
I get that.
movies are all
But-
subjective. So,
But there's some things that like, because I feel like the Dark Knight trilogy is one of those things that like people argue the aspects of it, but I think we all agree like they're good films. You know what I mean? It's just like whether or not you like this version of Batman or not sometimes, right? So that's the subjective, things about it. But when you look at some of these other things, it's like nobody ever had the gall or the guts to say, this isn't good. Like, we shouldn't put this out because this is embarrassing or this is going to make us look bad. And as much as it sucks to have a movie taken away like that.
But I can understand how this sets a bad precedent, though, because
I get it. I get it.
Well,
But,
the thing
but
is, too,
maybe
is,
we
like,
dodged a bullet.
But
with this.
I think here's the two things though, just real quick. One, I do understand Ray's points though about like how do you dictate what's truly bad or not from the audience's point of view. I think Matthew Bologna from Puck made a great example. The first Venom movie had horrible test screenings. The studio thought it was one of the worst movies they ever made. Still made a lot of money and the audience liked it for the most part. Right?
Who has the liability though?
And that's things. At the end of the day, I've recorded songs before that I played for people in the past, and they're like, "Oh, that's really, really great." But at the end of the day, it's my art. It's my creative vision, and if I don't release it, I don't release it.
But I can understand the issue too, though. And again, I think this gets overlooked, and I'm not saying this can't be fixed, but we cannot ignore the fact that canceling Batgirl was so unprecedented. The industry is upset. Creators in Hollywood are upset and do not want and are very. But we say that
you can't really say that.
No,
they can't. They will not get over it.
Say that.
Adil El Arbi, Balil Falah, and Leslie Grace. You really think Warner Brothers can be like, "Hey, we're really sorry we canceled your film, but you want to work with us again?" They're gonna be like, "Fuck no,
this is
no, we don't."
You have people like Scott Derrickson speaking up. You have all these people reaching out saying, "We don't want to work for Zaslav the Butcher." They're calling him.
See,
right,
and you look.
I'm not saying that can't be fixed, but it's going to take time, and this can never happen again. What happened to Batgirl and Scoop can never happen again. This machine can never do this again.
It cannot. I think one thing that is really concerning me a lot that some of you are the perception that I'm getting from some of you and I've seen this a lot today on Twitter is this whole idea of treating it as a business. It's like it's almost. It feels to me like the humanity of being a fan is you're literally pressing a button to turn it off. And I understand that they own the properties. I understand that at the end of the day, they are the ones that make the decisions, but that does not mean that I, as a fan, have to sit here and just accept it. And I'm not going to accept it. I do not care how you can put as many butts on this as you like. This was a horrible thing for them to do. This was not a good thing, regardless of how it shows up on the ledger. And the thing came out today. Hollywood Reporter gets part of it. Actually, they said that Batgirl's write-off is going to be next quarter. This quarter, they're writing off like $825 million. And yeah, okay, you're crunching the numbers. You're trying to lessen the assets so they're not as taxable. You're trying to get that going because you're trying to get this company out of debt. I totally get that. I understand that. But the fact of the matter is that to simply sit here and say that it's unfortunate, but they'll get over it, as if as if Warner Brothers is the only game in town, and the Adilo Arby and Bilal Falak can't go anywhere else. Leslie Grace can't go anywhere else. Oh, they're gonna have to come crawling back to Zaslav after they're upset.
That's
No,
not what
that's
I'm
not
saying.
true. That's not true at all.
I don't think that's what we're saying. And that goes into Peter Rabbit Defenders, who says, "I'm suspicious that Kevin Feige will hire Arby and Falak to direct Avengers: Secret Wars, and Leslie Grace will join the MCU. Let's manifest that."
Kevin Feige did reach out to them. He sent them an email saying he felt really bad for what happened to them. So the industry is paying attention to this, and they do not. And directors in the industry: Edgar Wright, James Gunn, Kevin Feige, all these creators reached out and said, "What happened to you guys was wrong."
James Gunn on his way out. So,
according to
other actors and producers and content creators aren't stupid. They see the unprecedented situation that they came into. They know it's not going to be an everyday situation where Zaslav's going to pull this every day. All right, these creatives are not
right,
stupid.
but once you open Pandora's box, though, it's going to scare the creatives.
William, if you do it once, no, I don't understand that logic at all. The fact that this was done at all is enough to give somebody pause.
What other situations have we had where they had to come in this type of situation?
Here's
like. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dial. Go ahead.
I was gonna say real quick because like WB already shook directors and creators' confidence when they had all of the movies be date and date release on HBO Max. People were upset about that too. So it's like this is already adding to the fire that WB already had.
Yeah,
so
and the world continued to spin after that happened, and that was a different regime anyway.
Thank you, Hardeep.
The point of the whole matter. The point
you
of the
guys
whole
are looking at it from a fan's point of view, but here's the thing, and I'm a fan.
We're fans, William.
Hold on,
we're fans, William.
Here's the thing,
That's
I'm
why.
a fan too, but by the time the situation gets to my little $10, $15, $20, or if I have kids, $100 or whatever, hundreds of millions of dollars have already been leveraged. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a risk have already been taken. The liability is on them, not us.
Well, just
you
because
don't even get a movie without them.
Okay, but I do not work for Warner Brothers. I don't have allegiance to a corporation, which means I can feel however I wish to feel.
That's
about
fine,
it.
but you got to understand where we are on the totem pole. We ain't footing $200 million out of the door before anybody even knows a movie is in concept. Millions of dollars are already being put up for a movie. Before we even get to our point where we matter, hundreds of millions of dollars in jobs have already been risked or on the line.
Okay,
so
I'll put it to you like this, and I'll say this: people failing to realize. I understand everybody like it, and everybody is all good for the people. Okay, the point is this: business doesn't care about reality. Business is business.
Well, then I don't need to care about the business.
Wait a minute, let me finish what I'm saying. They had to cut $6 billion. And they're basically at that point. So whatever it is that they had to cut to get in the black, that's what they got to do. So for you to make a profit, why be in debt? You got to get in debt and get rid of projects that is not necessary. And
Do
if
you think I
feel
don't
it's not-
everything that you're saying? I understand
I
everything that you're
completely
saying.
understand what I'm saying because I do this. I'm
No.
telling you.
No. I said I understand what you were
Oh,
saying.
okay.
You're preaching to the choir on this. I'm not arguing the business aspect of this whatsoever. I know why they did it. I understand the logic behind why they did it, and I realize exactly how this is going to benefit their plan going forward, whatever the hell it is, in terms of why they did it. That's not my point. My point is it was wrong. And if you don't care that it was wrong, if you don't give a shit about those people, that's your business. I do.
Oh, I care about the people. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I care
Ray,
about the
here's
people.
the thing for me.
But
I
they got paid.
care about the people, but those people got paid. Those people will go on.
See,
but hold on. I get, dude, you're tying a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
To this, and that's fine. That's fine. That's totally your prerogative. But at the end of the day, this is not an emotion. This is not a thing that the company is going to base on emotion. You can't run your business on emotion, or you're going to run your business to the ground. And this is them coming in saying, we are not going to make bad decisions like this anymore. These people, they didn't say that these people are horrible people. They didn't like not pay them. They didn't do any of those things. They said this movie doesn't fit in. And with like even what RJ is saying here, that the creatives are on the edge and the industry's not happy and this can't happen again. They are literally, they didn't make this movie. It's not like this regime came in, said we're making the Batgirl movie, put this into production, and then said, no, this is too bad, we're getting rid of it. They came in with it, they looked at it, and they said, this isn't going to work. This is not a good thing. That. And they're trying to prevent, they're trying literally to keep this kind of thing from ever happening again by having more control. And they said, we're going to do quality control of these. Obviously, there's something at Warner Brothers that's been broken for a long time. And we've talked about that, Ray, for the last 3, 4, 5 years.
I know, but everything that you just said, Enosh, is assuming, right or wrong, it is assuming that whatever their plan is better than what the previous
No, it's not.
had.
No, it's not. I am not assuming anything. Ray, hold on. Let me answer Ray's question here.
Go ahead.
I am not assuming anything, Ray. I am not assuming one thing about the quality of what Zaslav is going to give us. I don't know that. I don't know what the new regime is. The new regime, Ray, could come in and give us something that literally a year from now they could announce a Superman movie. 2 years, 3 years from now, we could get that Superman movie, and I could be the most pissed off Superman fan that you're ever going to see because they go back to some stupid trying to pay homage to Christopher Reeve, stuff, right? Like, and you will see me here talking about that, and I will put them on point for that. Okay, I'm not talking about what they're going to do. When I say I understand it, it's not because I believe in what they're doing, like going forward, because we don't know that. We don't know what they're doing going forward. Well, I'm saying that I understand why they did what they did regarding everything that has come before them so that they could clear the slate for them to go forward and make their own way as the new Discovery Warner Brothers. They're a new company. They're a new thing. Now, when they start putting out projects, if they put out projects that are garbage, you and me, we're gonna be on the vodka stream together, like going off on it, saying this is the dumbest thing ever, man.
I might actually drink with you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna be having a drink and going, gosh.
I just want to jump in to say this. I would drink.
And then I'm gonna throw my hands up in the air too, Ray, and I'm just gonna be like, dude, I'm just done.
I'm dipping out.
I'm gonna go watch my old DC. I'm gonna go watch Man of Steel again and forget these guys,
Yeah, but
I just wanted to say real quick, I get both sides of the argument. What I'm kind of like trying to offer, because I see both points of view. My only thing is, just as me personally, I hope that when Zaslav and company made this decision, they really consider the impact this is going to have at the creative level, because they've stressed so much. They've stressed that they're trying to rebuild the bridge with creatives, not burn the bridge down like the old regime did. And to me, at least based on the reaction to this, they've done the exact opposite. So I hope they realize that and go forward can repair that.
Exactly.
I think they're smart enough to know that this kind of stuff is not what burns bridges. Putting out a bad product and ruining your prestige.
William, you're applying, but see, here's the problem, William. You're applying how an executive feels and what an executive does to how creatives operate, to how creatives feel, right? Like, creatives don't like the rug being pulled out from under them. Ask Zack Snyder. So I'm sorry, I'm not willing to go with you on this idea of it's not even a question of intelligence. Like, they're smart enough to know, like they're idiots if they don't realize that this is a one-time thing.
It's going to be a problem.
No,
they're smart.
But William, you're assuming that everything is just going to be kosher and hunky-dory as a result of this, and I'm telling you it already isn't. There's evidence out there that says it already isn't. And if you really want to get into the business of it, what's happened to Warner Brothers Discovery's stock price in the last 24 hours?
Tell me that. Happen no matter what.
That should drop.
Okay, all right, excuses, but okay. All right.
Well, it didn't skyrocket. It didn't skyrocket. It dropped
dramatically. Hold on, wait. One person at a time.
The stock did not rise. It dropped 22%.
The last time I saw it, it rose. So it must have dropped 22 today. Last time I saw it, it was high.
I don't know when you looked at it, because it's certainly not high now.
Yeah, no, it did drop. I will say that is to be expected. Anytime that you take a hard right turn as a company on anything. I've been a part of mergers. I mean, I worked for a company that had a major merger that did a major Fortune, 50 company, whatever, that took our company in a completely different way. And and honestly, there were some pains, man. There was a pain because it took a few years for them to try to pieced together what they wanted to be. They had an initial, plan for us, and then it fell through because they lost money. Right, they lost money, and they were like, "Oh, we got to reassert like where we're going. With you got stop and take a better look at this." So there's going to be pains like that. The thing is that in the business world, you realize like one day's drop doesn't equal where it's going. If they do have a plan, and that's an if, Ray, and I give you that. It's a big if right now. It is absolutely. And Ray, I want you to know, and I want you to hear from me that I'm not diminishing what you're saying, because I'm not. Or at least I'm not trying to. I hope you don't feel that from me, because I'm not trying to diminish what you're saying.
No, it's disagreement. We can agree to disagree.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure that you know, like, I'm not trying to diminish what you're saying.
Right.
It's just that in the bigger scheme of it, if they do have this plan that Zaslav wants to put into place, where they're saying, look, we brought on Alan Horn, right? We're going to find somebody to run DC.
I certainly hope so.
We're going, and we can get into this too. We can get it, because this was one of the things that was on the agenda was Hamada, right? There's this whole I got the article, but there's a whole article that maybe we can touch base on in a few minutes. Yeah. But like with Hamada being butthurt about all this, right? And I loved the comment that was actually made here. Let me bring
WB Discovery declined.
Hold on. No, there's a comment about
the adversarial one. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Right here. Yeah, because that's a weird comment to make. This was the Hollywood Reporter as well. DC Films, Walter Hamada was on the brink of exit after Batgirl cancellation. This was obviously his part of his projects, right? This was one of his things that he put into place. He greenlit it, right?
Right.
So obviously now we have a situation where a lot of Hamada's things, and this is I guess, Ray, this is why it kind of hold on. It kind of let's not be sarcastic about it, guys. This is one of the things that I'm trying to wade through all this, because I understand the aspect of the people aspect, right? Like, I care about Leslie. I care about the guys who made the movie. I care about the people who worked on the movie. Like I said, I was actually looking forward to the movie. I was looking forward to this film. I was looking forward to seeing Michael Keaton back. We've done videos about this and gone over all the pictures that came out and everything, and scrutinized what it was going to be about and all those things. So it was never that for me. It wasn't that I just didn't want to see it. And I'm not, and everybody knows I'm not one of these Snyder fans who are just like, if it's got Hamada attached to it, I'm never going to watch it again. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not that guy either. I just, to me, it was like, when I heard this story come out in the last couple of days, I just felt like that kind of makes sense to me. That if they're coming in and they're telling a different story, or I know some people, and William doesn't want to hear this, but there is that word that starts with an R called reboot. I know nobody wants that to happen, but especially as a Snyder fan, we want to see some continuation. But I'm just going to be honest. I feel like they're going to, especially with something like this happening, I feel like they are going to press forward with their own vision.
I was gonna ask that. Go ahead, Ray.
All I was gonna say is like, this is where, like, what you were saying before, the sports analogy, I think it is far more apt with this than it is with that movie, because this is now you're talking about the coach, or you're talking about, that this is a case, and that's kind of part of where my mistrust of Zaslav and everybody comes into play is, you should have fired this dude a while ago. He should have been number one out of the door.
He should have been out the door with Toby Emmerich and every other goon you already fired, like
absolutely.
You know what I look at Ray? You know what I look at the movie as? I look at the movie as that player that's got a huge contract that just isn't going to get the job done for you anymore, and so you go, you know what? Look, we're going to absorb some of the contract, right, to send them someplace else, right? Look what we do with Prince Fielder, okay? Prince wasn't putting up the numbers for us,
right?
And you know what? We had to deal with that for a long, long time as Tiger fans, right? But in the end, when it was done, when we finally got to separate from it, We didn't have to put it on. We didn't have to put Prince on the field anymore. We could, and look, I know the Tigers suck, right? So I get it, but that's how that works. That's how that works.
Here's the difference, though, Enoch. The difference is that Prince could go somewhere else. This is essentially forcing a player into retirement, and you'll never see them again because we can't. It would. This would. You know what, Enoch? This would be so different if they could option the movie, if they could sell the movie to somewhere else, or if they threw it up for free or did whatever like that. That's the biggest problem, is that the biggest problem, I guess, that I have with it. You guys don't care, but I have an issue with the fact that we're never going to be able to see it. Okay, listen, whatever.
You don't think it's going to get leaked?
They can't. That's not at all the point, though.
They can't get it.
No, there's been a lot of movies that's been done and they've been shelved and they never seen the light of day. So
okay, we're not talking about those movies, Prime. We're talking about this movie. I don't give a shit about.
I'm just saying in general.
I give a shit about this one. Fine,
in general.
Fine. That was the case with Zack Snyder's Justice League for 5 years.
If they do a tax write-off on this movie, we will never
see it.
Legally, it can never come out.
It ain't gonna happen.
Exactly, and that I guess that's
they can't make money off.
Okay,
they can't.
Best
make
case
money
scenario, this winds up in a similar position to Tim Burton's Superman Lives. You will see it in a documentary type form, in which you'll get pictures, you'll get talks and interviews from prior cast and crew.
Right.
You may even get some footage, but other than that, you will not see this.
I'm sure somebody will make a documentary out of this. I'm sure somebody will make a documentary out of this just because of the size. Yeah,
I don't doubt it at all.
Yeah, the size and scope of this. Yeah,
but the actual film itself ain't gonna fucking happen.
But like with respect to the Hamada thing, like as far as the whole like again, sports analogy, GM coming in and bringing in the new coach and all that. Okay, cool. So then why'd you wait 3 months to can this dude? And on top of that, and on top of that, after not only have you not you waited 3 months, you put a position where now something like this happens, and there was another. I don't know if this is the that's not. There's a different article that came out that said that Pam Abdi and DeLuca want him to stay, right? Like they want him to stick around.
The reason why they said that is because Hamada just signed an extension on his contract for to 23. It actually ended is either February or March of next year. Now, with that being said, he has 4 IPs that's coming out this year. Well, actually, he has 3 IP. Well, let's go with the actual dates that it was supposed to be before everything get moving. It's 4. Yeah,
it's 4.
He has
Black
4
Adam,
IPs.
Shazam, Aquaman, Flash. 4.
Right. So all these 4 IPs. The first one was the Batman. So they're looking at coming in like, okay, we're going to see how these are going to do when they come out. Batman did good. It did very well. All right. Very, very, very good. Now we got to get the Black Adam. Then we got to get the Aquaman. So we don't know. But what this is stating is that they probably wasn't going to kick Hamada out just yet. They wanted to see how this stuff was going to perform. Yeah, even though they're looking for somebody to run DC, he probably could have stayed there. He had a nervous breakdown. He's doing this on his own, that he wants to leave because one of his IPs that he has put together has got shelved. That's what's saying in the article. So all I'm saying is that with that being said, they could have retained him after his contract, because they can still do that if they want. At this point, he's wanting to leave because of what's going on.
If you want me to believe that they are, if you're telling me that you're buying into what Zaslav is saying about protecting the brand and not making the same mistakes as the previous regime, then all of the previous regime must go. Period.
Yes, because when you do a hostile takeover and you're going to do stuff, that's what you have to do. But you still have to honor contracts, unless you still have to honor these contracts, depending on what is in writing, what is actually in the actual bold lettering. Now, Hamada, his contract is until next year. It's not like he had like another 2 years or 3 years on his contract. It was until 23, basically, which was actually good for him, because it's either going to spell his demise after these IPs, how successful they're going to do.
Real quick, Rational Skeptic, thank you for the $2 super chat, but we already talked about that, actually. We actually brought it up at the beginning of the show, man. We actually brought it up at the beginning of the show. And Ray, hold on to your thought right there, because I want you to answer that. But also 1,000-word pictures with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says canceling the Batman movie, or the Batgirl movie, I'm sorry, was the first sign of principles and standards from WB in a long while. It perked my faith.
Principles and standards. Wow, okay.
And 1,000-word pictures with another $5 super chat says you need to give a crap about all movies that get shelved. Why is this movie more important than the others? Because DC? I don't get it.
Yes, because DC.
That's like asking DC. Why they put out the fucking Studio Squad over David Ayer's Suicide Squad.
But here's the thing. So what would cost? So how much does it cost more to ditch Hamada or more to ditch Batgirl? Like, is Walter Hamada $90 million? Is that how much it costs?
He has a big contract.
How much is it? How much is it more or less than Batgirl?
I have to look at his contract. Hold on, I'll let you see in a minute.
Well, look how much J.J. Abrams was given, and
$250 for nothing.
He hasn't produced
$250 for
crap.
$500
million. Hold on, the prior regime was just like throwing out money for projects that like weren't seeing the light of day, and then throwing bad money at projects that were obviously not even made any sense. It was like, hey, let's just make a Wonder Twins movie. Let's make a Black Superman movie, for example. Let's make
and thank you for saying that, Enosh, because I do think that there is a degree of my issues with this and my lack of trust for the new regime, if you will, is not an excuse for how bad the previous regime was. And that's something that I saw earlier today. Like, all of a sudden, these people that were detractors of Walter Hamada for the last couple of years are now all of a sudden, like, a number of them have flipped and are saying, "Oh well, he cares about the people, and it would be a bad idea if they let him go." And I'm like, "Are you serious? Like, what? It's revisionist history." And so my thing is like, if you I as bad as the business decisions were with the previous regime, you're going to have a hard time convincing me, unless you actually have documentation to provide me. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that it cost less to get rid of Batgirl as a tax write-off than it was to fire him as soon as you took over. Have him leave.
You're also
I try to explain it to you on what it is.
Also, for the record, there's absolutely zero way you're going to convince me that they begged Walter Hamada to stay after they canned one of his projects. There's just no fucking way that is the case, especially when they're already planning.
For a second.
I don't either. And I think it's funny that some people believe that they begged Walter Hamada to stay. I find that absolutely fucking hysterical.
It's not in the millions. Walter Hamada makes $215,000 a year.
Okay. So
that is low.
Wow. So why?
I wish I made that.
So why is he still here? Why?
Okay, so
is he still here?
When?
Who?
Yeah, he gets executive.
You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
$200,000 a year, Walter Hamada?
No, $215,000.
That's what I said. $215,000 a year. That's it.
$215,000. Right. That's just the salary. That's not including the bonuses. That's where that's where they get their bonuses. That's why they worry about those bonuses.
You lit $90 million on fire with one movie, but you can't get rid of Walter Hamada?
Well,
bullshit.
They better get rid of Walter.
Hold on. Let me explain it. Okay. So let me explain it. All right. You get rid of the movie because it's going to cost you more pertaining to his contract. So if you put that movie out, let's just say Batgirl so happened to come out. Let's just say they decided to take it, they put it out. The budget was $90 million. Okay.
It started at $90 million.
All right.
Started.
Now, so if it comes out, it's not going to theaters, it's going to a streaming platform. So let's just say if it does not get, they didn't like it. So let's just say hypothetically that it does not get the proper views, it doesn't get the traction that it's supposed to get. You still have to pay those individuals because of it still on the platform. They still have to get paid. They got paid for the work, but they still have to get paid for the viewings. So if the viewings and the traction does not meet what the budget is, that's what they're looking at. And
but Batgirl is gone. So why is Hamada still here?
Hold on. Let me finish. So you have to look at it like that. So if I put in $90 million, it's not in theaters where I can actually get that money back. You're going to be gushing out money if the terms of the contract of whatever the viewership is supposed to be in the attraction, if it's not met, we don't know what that number is. We don't know what the metrics are. If it does not meet those metrics and they have to pay these people for the time that is on the platform, they might go over budget. It might be way over the budget more than it is the production of actually the movie itself. It happens. For example, that's why Christopher Nolan was damn pissed off, because they was fighting him. That's why he left, because they was trying to put his stuff on the streaming services on a big budget movie. Yeah. They was not trying to put it in the theater. They was trying to put it in there. No, Christopher Nolan said no. So what I'm saying now, Ohato Hamada is under his new contract. He has all these IPs. They can live with that. They can cut his contract whenever they want. No, but you have to have somebody to replace him. They don't have nobody to replace him yet. They don't. That's why they're looking for somebody. Now, if they decide that they want to keep Hamada, which is up in the air, it's 50-50. All right, it's 50-50, but I know that they're looking for somebody to run DC to be their Kevin Feige, which is absolutely impossible because there ain't no Kevin Feiges out there except Kevin Feige. You ain't gonna find nobody that's like Kevin Feige.
That's what I'm saying. He's a 1 in a million kind of person.
Right, he's 1 in a million type of dude. So for you to run that,
well, that's true.
That's true. If you know the history of Kevin Feige, I'll just give you a synopsis. He worked with Richard Donner. He did 12 Marvel movies back in the past.
I know.
He worked his way up.
You know his history, and you know that, and he knows material. He knows the business, not only from a producer standpoint, but also from a filmmaker standpoint. All right, so he knows all that. A person of that magnitude, that is that well-rounded.
I'm sorry, is somebody being destroyed right now? Like
an airplane.
What the heck is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in front of the airplane.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm like, is somebody's is the destruction of a city happening? Look out your window, because
Godzilla.
I'm gonna cut it short.
What the hell?
I'm gonna cut it short because I know everybody want to say their points, but a person of that magnitude, that's very, very hard. And what I've always said for DC, if they're going to have somebody that's going to replace Hamada as president, now they got their own studio. Now they have somebody that's going to be strictly DC, nothing else. You're not worried about nothing else. It's strictly DC content. That's it for you to organize it. You're not going to have one person. And this is what I say. Everybody say I'm crazy and all this stuff of what I'm saying, but I agree with it. I don't like it neither. But if you're going to need somebody that knows DC backwards and forwards, up and down, you got to have somebody that knows the characters, know the history and the lore. Then you're going to have somebody that knows the business element on top of that. But Zaslav doesn't want 2 people. He wants 1. He's going to have to break on 1 if he's going to do it, because you're not going to get a Kevin Feige. That's just not going to happen. I know people don't want to hear me say this.
No. Based on the parameters that you laid out in terms of your description of Feige, that I can agree with. It's the Lord and Savior Kevin Feige shit that really bothers me. But here's the last thing that I will say on it, because I got a jet here in a second. But here's the last thing that I will say on this is that I really, again, it's kind of, along with Walter Hamada, along with everything else, I'm still in it. Enosh, I've said this I've been arguing this for the last year or so. It's time for DC Studios. I've been saying that for a while.
Should happen 7 years.
And whoever the person is that they do find is going to be, it's not going to be a head of DC Films. It's going to be a head of DC Studios, which is why they need to find someone, because Walter Hamada's never run a studio. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Can we trust him to run a studio? No, I would not trust him to wash my car.
That's the kicker.
So here's the deal. Zaslav needs to find that person yesterday. He does. Whatever the reasoning is that he hasn't.
I think it's going to take a while, though, Ray. I think it's going to take a while.
The only person I can think of that I would throw out there, and I mean it's on the whim. I'm saying 2 people. One is a filmmaker. I say Matt Reeves can hold it. Matt Reeves can do it.
Well, but
Matt Reeves is a director.
Hold on. But he's a filmmaker. But
he's a director. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
But then, hold on, I got one more person, and then the next person. I know a lot of people don't want me to see it, but he's the only person that knows DC up, down, backwards, forward, left, right, and so. But a lot of people don't like him. Jeff Johns.
Nope.
No.
I gotta head out.
Fucking not.
I know.
Hold on. Wait, can I just say this? And because I want Ray to be able to finish here. Ray, the way I look at it is like this, and you'll get this concept, okay? Because of where we live. It's such a thankless job at this point, taking over DC with the bad press, the perceived notion of DC versus Marvel, right? I mean, like, we don't like to get into that because we like stuff, right? Shit. But like people, the comparison in pop culture, like amongst the masses, you know, DC versus Marvel stuff, but also the perception that DC is worse, that it's an upward battle. The constant comparisons, no matter who they get to, the constant comparison is going to be to Kevin Feige. They're doing it right now, right? Even before it even comes out, right? So that constant comparison will be there. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the fact, who the hell would want to be mayor of the city of Flint?
Nobody.
No matter what you do, no matter what you say, as far as like, I'm going to make change. How many people have we seen coming? I'm going to change this. I'm going to do this positive. I'm going to do that. And you're not even in office a day, and people are like, why isn't everything solved?
Yeah.
Huh?
No,
why isn't everything solved?
You should run, Enosh. You should run.
No, that's a fair point. But
why don't you fix it? Why don't you fix it right now?
That's a very fair point, sir. But I am going to head out here. Thank you.
Can I just ask you one question, Ray? Ask you one question. Yep. Do you think that the original solo version should come out that was done by
Lord Miller?
Lord Miller.
Personally, no, because I like the current one. I like the one that we got. I do.
All right. Hopefully we end up liking whatever Zaslav sends to us.
Right.
So 2 years from now we can come back to this conversation, Ray, and we could be like, remember when it got like kind of weird that night, and we were like you know, like we had differing opinions, but you know what? Hey, it turned out all right, bro. Hopefully. Here's hoping that that's the case. Otherwise, we'll be here going, I'm done. Burn it all down. I'm taking all of my DC. I'm gonna live with the DC stuff that I have, and I'm just gonna stay in my own little hut, and I'm gonna watch Man of Steel, BVS, and Zack Snyder's Justice League till the day that I die. I'm gonna be that old man who just goes, I like what I like, and I'm not liking anything else. Thank you, Ray.
Okay.
I love you, brother.
We will get together in person at some point.
Yes,
we will.
Yes, we will. That's gonna be epic when it happens, for sure.
Yes, it will.
All right, bro.
There you
go,
Enosh.
Yes,
I gotta get going as well. So
okay.
Much love to y'all.
You must.
Y'all are leaving, and I need to go get batteries for my.
I have a question too.
My mouse isn't working.
I have a question. Why?
My mouse has stopped working.
In my opinion, I think Zaslav should get rid of J.J. Abrams. The guy hasn't done shit. So he got 2 years.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Abrams is gone.
He has to go.
Okay, like
he's
he
gone.
has to.
You know what I mean?
It was Justice League Dark. Where's Constantine? Where's all of these?
He's not doing anything. He's been doing projects. He's been doing projects for other.
He's doing a project with Apple right now. Which is like, what the fuck you doing?
He's doing other things for that, and they gave him half a billion. $500 million.
He should have took the Apple deal that they gave him the contract.
That contract got absorbed when they bought the debt, so it's not really hurting him now. When it comes to Hamada, there's no 50%. He's gone. That's
I agree, but
he's done.
He's gone.
The fact that they didn't even figure to even tell him what they were doing. I thought he was gone as soon as the concept of the merger happened. As far as what they need, as far as the studio head, and I've heard a lot of people say that, but the studio head doesn't necessarily need to know DC up and down. Remember what Zaslav said. We're going to put a person in charge, and we're going to give them a team. What I want is a studio head, the person that knows how to run a studio, but that person to surround himself with the people who can define the product that we're looking for. So
I agree with you with that.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be Kevin Feige, but Kevin Feige's circumstances that created Kevin Feige were unique to him. And but whoever you get, the biggest difference between the last regime and this regime is you have to back him. And I always say this: the time to second guess the person you hired was when you were interviewing the person you were about to hire. Once you set him in motion, you got to leave him alone, and that's something that they have failed to do. So, I understand
All I'm going to say is if they have a council of people backing this new head of DC Studios or whatever, the one person that absolutely should be on that council is Jim Lee.
Yeah, Jim Lee should be on there.
100%. Jim Lee should be there.
Yeah, but this the problem with Jim Lee, though. The problem with Jim Lee is that he has his own problem with DC Comics right now. And DC Comics is going through a whole big transition. I don't know if y'all know this, but if y'all know this, go to the site and look at the actual, I forget what I was about to say. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, but because they changed a lot of stuff on the site. They took the comic off.
It was
we got an email. We got an email.
It was kind of unnecessary. They were doing DC Detective Comics. It didn't really make any sense. Just keep it DC Detective Comics. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean DC Comics, but they took the comic off of the URL, and it's been like that for a long. They did that and took that off the website. Then the content that's coming out, well, actually the books that are coming out for DC is not really appealing. I mean,
well, that's been that way for 11 years.
Jim Lee got his own problems with that, just trying to do the movies and stuff and trying to get all that. I mean, he'll be part of it, but he got his own issues with the books and trying to get that distributed out and what they're doing. Because right now
he's also self-publishing too.
Outside of Deceased, I would say the third part, the last part of Deceased is going to be fantastic. But other than that, there's a lot of books that no.
The biggest problem with DC, and like I said, we got the email about the whole, because that's why we do is we sell comics. But the biggest problem with DC, and this has been stated by the customers that I sell to, is the massive amount of continuity disjointing that you've had since 2005 all the way to now. Actually, if you're an older fan, Flashpoint.
Flashpoint was 2009, 2010, 2011. 2005 would be like mid-heroic age.
Correct. And then when you came in with Final Class, there was a lot of things that have happened. Even if you want to go back to 1986, that stuff turns fans off. Nothing turns DC fans off, especially in the last 12 to 15 years, than these constant reboots, reimaginings, and things like that. And they almost did it again with the Watchmen storyline. You almost had to eat another rebooting of that. What that does to a fan who's invested, I'll get a guy who's a 14-year-old, right? And I'll have him as a customer for 7 years. And here I am telling this guy to buy this stuff, to invest in these storylines, and go here, go there. And all of a sudden, the rug is pulled out from under him. He stops spending his money on certain things, And DC is more guilty of that than any other comic book company. Even though Marvel has had their share of it, DC has made it a habit.
You got a point, man, with that. Because it's crazy with the stuff they're doing with the actual books, because it's like they think I don't know if people listen to San Diego Comic-Con and look at the panel. I know, William, you probably have, but they thought they were slick by rebranding the name of Dark Crisis, because they turned into Infinite Crisis. Dark Crisis, Infinite Crisis. They changed the name. They're trying to get people to actually buy the book. So it's like, it's absolutely crazy on what they're doing with the books. And then I forget the dude's name. They got this new Superman, new Harvest thing of
I know what you're talking about.
That new book by what's his name? He a horrible writer. I don't know why in the world they got this dude writing, but I can't think of this dude's name.
While you're thinking of it, thank you to the 100 people. We've had over 100 people most of the night tonight. Thank you guys so much. I think we just say that and we dropped down to 96. But thank you for everyone who's here. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And also please give this video a thumbs up while you're here, because that really
hit that like button.
So, yes, hit that.
Get us to 50 likes. Come on.
It really does.
We're at 45 right now.
We've had 100 likes the last two shows, and had well over 100 people. Last episode we had like 186 people here. The one before that we had up to 256 at one point watching live.
That was good.
Yeah. So hey, if you're here, there's 93 people here. If you haven't hit that like button, even if you don't like me, just hit that like button. Because it'd be cool. Thank you.
You don't like me? Hit that like button.
So I have a speculation question.
Okay.
Please,
we're gonna speculate.
Yeah. So go back to the 10-year plan that they're trying to do.
10-year plan. Yes.
So what do you guys think is the optimal way of them to approach this? Do you guys think they're going to start from the ground up and get completely new people to play these characters, or do you think they're going to wait on what the success is for Black Adam, Shazam, and Aquaman and keep certain actors? Are they going to bring back Henry Cavill? Do you think they're going to keep Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman? Do you think they're going to incorporate Matt Reeves' Batman into the universe? How do you think? What's the optimal way do you think they'll start this universe?
I'll go first on that one. And
Go
then
ahead,
I got
second.
I'll go first, and then I will.
I'm about to dip, so I was about to.
Well, Prime, we can go to you next, but I want to answer that first. Here's my take on this. My 2 cents. Yes, my 2 cents. As much as I would love for them to say, you know what, we should go back and finish Zack Snyder stuff, right? And as much as I would love to keep the characters that are there, the people who are playing them, I'm struggling with being honest with myself at this point. Not being honest with myself, but like looking at this in a very constructive way. And I'm concerned because I feel like at this point, and I know that
DL, oh my god,
DL, okay. But I know at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that. I'm trying to move something, and I keep moving in front of the air
Mute
conditioner.
your
I'm so
mic,
sorry.
bro.
I was like,
I'm so sorry.
Sounds like you're in an earthquake.
So as much as I would love to keep all of those factors of the Snyderverse, if you want to call it the Snyderverse or whatever, those characters, I feel like for them at this point, really, they are going to try to forge their own thing. They are going to try to forge ahead in their own way, start something from the ground up, because they are going to put together a plan that is going to be something that they want to build up to rival Marvel. Remember, Zack's stuff was not supposed to be this 20-year, 30-year, plan that was going to just keep spinning off sequel after sequel after sequel after sequel after sequel. It was, hey, here's my 5-story arc. And then, if you guys want to reboot, you can reboot, or you can do a Flashpoint thing and use some of my stuff, some of it not. Like, that was the plan. So what I would love to see is them say, we're going to cap off the DCEU in a proper way. We're going to actually give it, that would be my pie in the sky thing, right?
Presumably with the Flash film, right?
Yes. Well, maybe with the Flash film, but you know what? Maybe. My pie in the, if I'm going pie in the sky, Phil, then I'm going to go, hey, do the Flash film, but you know what? End the Flash film with that thing that says, Ben Affleck is, Batman is, like, hey, come find us, right? And then set up a Justice League 2 and 3 and finish it.
Sure.
Finish it with that. Finish out the Dark Side thing. Do all that stuff. Finish it, and then you know what? Reboot the whole thing with new characters and be like, hey, this is a new DC universe. My concern right now is they're just going to say, they had the balls to do it with Batgirl, is just to say, we're not going to make any more movies in this world. We're not going to do anything more. We're grateful for Aquaman and what it did, but God only knows what Aquaman 2 is going to do because of the Amber Heard stuff and everything else. Right. I think the Flash is, I'm glad to see that they are committed to bringing out the Flash. But I don't know
after that.
I don't know what it's going to look like after that.
Right.
My only prayer at this point is that whatever comes next is taken seriously. Yeah. That's my only prayer. It doesn't have to be dark and brooding, but also I don't want Super Friends. I don't want it to be the colorful Marvel extravaganza.
You know
what I mean? I don't want DC going Thor Love and Thunder. I don't want that, okay? I just
You know what's really ironic
please
about that?
God.
Is like the funny thing is like Zack Snyder was essentially going for like a mature adult oriented Super Friends take on his version of the DC universe, and people were like, "Man, this isn't Marvel enough. We don't like this." And now it's exactly that. And they're like, "Man, it's too much like Marvel. Why are we getting Aquaman and Shazam jokes? Why is Birds of Prey?" And it's just like, you motherfuckers don't know what you want.
What do you want?
Like, what do you want? Like, what the fuck do you want? I don't get it at all. But people seem to love the Batman. God forbid, but hey, Batman's a fucking 4-quadrant character no matter what fucking universe it's in. Regardless, shit.
That
Batman
being
is
said,
utilized too much.
hey, I'm just glad that they did this. Okay.
Green Lantern?
McFarlane has been putting out. Whoop, I blew him up. I put him up. I put Prime in the place, and then I blew him up. Okay, so I mean they've been making these McFarlane superpowers, right? That's cool, right? That's cool. And they were only showing on the back. Like I've got the Supermobile. I showed that. I got that right here. So that's cool, man. Right? You know, it's like old school and stuff. You know, and it's the packaging is old school, like Superpowers was.
Yeah, for me. I love that shit.
And I got the Batwing, you know, it's out there in the other room, and they showed that they only have Batman, Superman, and Darkseid. And so I got Darkseid first, and then the other day I found a Superman. These are Walmart exclusives, by the way, if you're looking for them, and they're starting to show up now. They got Superman there, you know, and so I mean it's the old school packaging. I love that, right?
No, they only got Darkseid.
Well, Green Lantern's not on the back here.
No.
And then tonight Isaac found me Batman.
That's right.
So, you know, they're just old school looking things, but it's not on any of the packaging, but it must be a chase because look who we found.
Oh, John Stewart. Hell yeah.
Stewart, baby.
John Stewart. And this is the only one that he's on the packaging.
No Wonder Woman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not Wonder Woman. So I'm kind of shocked, but hey, that's cool right there, man. And so, you know,
it's super funny because John Stewart wasn't even the Green Lantern in Super Friends. It was Hal Jordan.
I know. Jordan, yeah. Isn't that weird? So you know, so I mean, it's a positive.
They do that for a reason, though.
Yeah,
they doing that for a reason.
Yeah,
but that's good. That's cool though. So I'll say this I'll say this. Would I like the Snyderverse to continue? Would it make a lot more sense because of the direction it was going? Absolutely. But with this 10-year outlook and what they're trying to do, I don't think they're going to do the MCU style. They just probably want to do the format. I'm talking about the way the movies are. I'm thinking that they're just going to make a single Superman movie, then another Batman movie, then another Wonder Woman. They're going to do it by, you know, single movies of that magnitude, then put a team up and then spread it up like that. That's the MCU way, how they want to do it, but do it in a DC way. That's what I'm looking at. I'm thinking personally, it'll make more sense. Like Enoch was saying was that Zack's story was only going to be a 5-movie arc, and it could have just tailed off of it. So I mean, right now we have it, but if they allow Zack to come back and do it, and it's too many loopholes and stuff for that stuff to even happen. I'm looking at it from more of a logical and business perspective. And I've been saying it for years, if it does happen. I mean, the actresses, they're getting older. They got different projects. They got to, you know, and everybody now, their value and their worth, you know, now is like more now than it was when they first started. Yeah. So it's going to be very difficult to even try to even do that, you know. And I will only say this, and that's my only thing with that, you know. And then the air cut, I don't think that's going to get on those streaming servers. I think they're probably going to release it, but I think they're just going to put that on digital and Blu-ray. I think that's what they're going to do because they don't want to just put it up on a platform and spend a lot of money. They'll probably spend it to make it, like David Ayer said. It's not a lot of money to complete it. I think they're working on it now. We know it's coming, but they'll make a profit by putting it out on disc. You ain't gonna make a profit putting it on a streaming platform. You're just not. So you're just not. You want to make a profit, and that's what they're about. So that's my outlook on it. I just think that's what they'll do. I don't, you know. So I'm 25% on the Snyderverse coming back. It's like real low now. After I listened to everything verbatim and I listened to it thick and through, and they're serious. They're doing a 10. They got a 10-year process.
No, that's the thing though, because like that's what I wondered. So are they just gonna say that Black Adam, Shazam 2, and the Batman are they done now?
No, like, I would say the Batman is his own thing. That's an Elseworld story. Mm-hmm. That's going to be just like that's just going to be like Nolan universe. Yeah, that's just going to be like Nolan's trilogy.
Same exact thing with Joker 2.
Yeah, the Joker 2. That's just going to be their own thing. They're going to be, and the only reason why, and good thing you brought that up. The only reason why Joker 2 got greenlit, Joker made $1 billion. Mm-hmm. at this
and
point,
Warner Brothers lost half the revenue on that because they had to split the revenue with Braun Pictures.
Exactly.
Hamada.
Yeah. But at the
They didn't
same
get
time,
shit.
Emmerich, not Hamada. Emmerich.
right. So at
I
the same
thought it
time,
was both of them that had
What
played
the
in that decision.
same fucking head of bullshit.
so when you think about it right now, when you're looking at the IPs that are coming out now, the only one that made a little profit was Shazam, but the other two movies they made over $1 billion.
That's the thing.
So
Do
it
you
makes
think
more sense for them to actually go ahead and put sequels out for that, and
Well,
then
to be
Black
super
Adam is going to
technical.
be the new thing. I just hope
Aquaman
that
is the
Black
only
That's the thing,
guaranteed billion-dollar franchise.
are they going to have two rivaling Batman movies come out with the one with the DC universe and then Matt Reeves Batman? If they're going
Fuck
to
no.
start from the get-go and
I
start from the
think they
ground
will.
up.
I think that's
Yes, they
that's a
will.
good question. I just know that the Matt Reeves one is an Elseworld story. I know that's Matt Reeves' thing. He probably gonna do a trilogy and that's it. With that, that's it. He gonna do a trilogy and that's it. It's gonna be the same thing what Nolan did. It's just his own
Honestly-
universe, his take on it, and that's gonna be it. Same thing with the Joker story. That's it. They're probably gonna have two. That's why they're doing a musical. And I'm like, a musical? It might work though. It might be
Dear
something
God.
different. It might work.
Jesus.
So I'm not gonna knock it. I know everybody like, but you never know.
So you
It
think
might
they'll
work.
wait until Matt Reeves' trilogy is done, or do you think they're going to try and do a Batman movie while he's doing his trilogy?
If it make any sense,
They're gonna wait till he's done.
because the problem with Batman is that there's been too many Batman movies that just does a complete start over or just a reboot.
Batman
Everybody
fatigue.
Yeah, it's Batman fatigue. If you're the only one that I know right now that would have been the best Batman was Ben Affleck's
Ben
script.
Affleck.
Yep.
It's Ben Affleck's script because for the simple fact is that we was going to get Deathstroke.
Yep.
And
Okay.
Batgirl.
And exactly. We're gonna get a lot of stuff. So
Who's next?
we don't know. We don't know. It makes more sense to continue with the Snyderverse in my estimation, because look where you're going with it. Lex Luthor is out of jail. You could do another Superman movie with Lex with that. We know Darkseid is coming. You could still do Wonder Woman. You got Aquaman doing his thing because in Justice League, think about it. We got what? 4 endings in that movie. That's gonna just break off into everybody doing their own thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
and
but here's the thing: if you think about the continuity of the Snyder Cut, Justice League literally ends with setting up Aquaman.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It sets up Aquaman, and then we know Darkseid is coming. Then you got Lex is out with Deathstroke, so you got the Batman movie with Deathstroke. Then you got Lex, so you never know. We can do another Superman movie with Lex Luthor. Now, he out. Now we're going to have the bona fide Lex Luthor that everybody was wanting. Now you got him, and then
I mean, I got my Lex Luthor with BVS, so
right,
I'm not
and
complaining
then
one bit.
right, and then you can go, and it's so many things that you can do just by going right off that movie if they really pay attention. So,
I mean,
the
that's
sky's
the
the
thing.
limit.
I mean, yeah. So that's the thing. Like, there's just a lot of questions up in the air because I think they said they don't want to really put too much emphasis on the Snyderverse because they want to do their own thing. However, they can't deny the success that the actors have done outside of Snyder's movies, like with Gal Gadot and Jason Momoa, and then Shazam as well. So I'm like, if they want to start from the ground up, but it's like, don't they want to keep the assets that they have because they're successful? Because that's just how are they going to do this? If they're going to reboot, are they going to reboot everything? And if they're
going to have to.
And see, here's the thing about a multiverse: is you can get away with keeping some things the same and changing up some things differently.
Yeah,
Case
that's
in
true.
point, like Wonder Woman and Aquaman, you can almost guarantee they'd probably be safety nets. You can guarantee Jason Momoa will probably be back, and probably guarantee Gal Gadot will probably be back. But you could probably get away with casting a different Batman, a different Superman, probably a different Flash, given everything that's going along with Ezra Miller.
Same cyborg.
Despite however you may feel, regardless of that situation, from a public opinion standpoint, Warner Brothers is looking at that and looking at the Flash movie let's see how it performs before we decide to move forward. Whether or not Ezra Miller will be involved with that doesn't really matter. The point is, with the fact that Walter Hamada has been saying multiverse for the past year and a fucking half, they could easily get away with keeping some things the same and changing some things up in a very X-Men Fox kind of fashion, and it would
Oh,
not
let's
at
hope
all
it's not
fucking
that
surprise me.
convoluted.
And before I lose
Wouldn't
my
at
and
all
before-
surprise me.
And good thing, and before I lose my thought with this too, and a lot of people fail to realize is this too, is that they can't backtrack and do anything different with Wonder Woman now.
Nope.
Because after Zack Snyder's Justice League, we got the bona fide Wonder Woman. You can't fall off after you see that. We got Wonder Woman for real in that. So when they
She
do
was a
Wonder Woman 3,
badass.
right?
Yep.
So when they do Wonder Woman 3, if Wonder Woman 3 comes into fruition, and I mean a big if, they can't fall off.
No.
Because Wonder Woman 84, again, that was, oh my God, I don't even want to talk about
That was Linda Carter Wonder Woman right there.
That was it. That was George Lopez and his run back in the golden era, and they went with that type of Wonder Woman. She really wasn't a warrior. She was more of the love aspect. You know, they didn't bring the Wonder Woman warrior aspect of her until the New 52, when they really made her a real warrior.
George Perez, not Lopez.
You said what? George Perez. Yeah,
Perez. Rest in peace.
You know what I mean? I do that all the time. Yeah.
If people didn't like the Linda Carter influences in Wonder Woman 84, what makes you think people will like the Christopher Reeve influences for today? I just need to put that out there.
That's the thing. Like, so many Superman fans are just so honed in on this smiling, goofy ass fucking truth, justice, American way bullshit with Superman. I'm just like, enough. He's not that character anymore. I'm sorry. Like, he's a dad in the comics. He's not all about just America. He's about the world. And not even like to not even like, you know, move the goalpost or anything. He's not even the proper fucking Superman anymore. Like, Clark Kent is not Superman. He has literally handed that role off to his son, Jonathan Kent. Like, he is not even Superman proper of Earth Prime. It is fucking Jonathan Kent now, as far as DC Comics canon is concerned. So
you can't tell them that though, because they stuck on that narrative of just being Kal-El.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I tell people this too, it's like I've read books of Superman, so I've read books, and it's just like I don't even call him Clark Kent no more. I call him Kal-El.
Yep.
I call him Kal-El. They start using Kal-El more than Clark Kent in the books more than anything because it's more mature. That's his actual name. So I mean, it depends on the reader, it depends on the person, it depends on the generation, on what it is. I just think this outlook is that people don't like things to evolve. They don't. And
with certain characters, for sure.
Certain characters, you know, just like Batman or whatever like that. People are so stuck on. I'm like, people.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, because so many people, when I even worked at a comic book store, my manager was like, man, the idea of a black Batman is fucking stupid. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? How can you even say that? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. He was like, yeah, there's no reason for Jace Fox to be Batman. I was like, he's not even taking the mantle up from fucking Bruce Wayne. He's literally just a different version of Batman. How can you be fucking butthurt about that? Well, it just doesn't make any sense because he's not even like one of the Robins or anything like that. I was like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? That's so stupid. Borderline.
Cool. Yeah, because he's not Bruce Wayne. He just took up the mantle. And like I said, if people don't read Future State, they want. And actually, that run was kind of good.
I Am Batman is fucking awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
I
love that shit.
It's the only stuff selling. It's the only stuff that's selling for me.
Right.
That doesn't fucking surprise me.
People just stop. It's just like, if you don't read comics and you really don't know. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some comics, they're abysmal. They're just bad. I'm not going to
that one was bad.
Yeah, they're just bad. Like,
Future people like that, why we will never get a Batman Beyond movie, and I really want that.
You know what? I want that too. I would love to have Batman Beyond.
It should have happened with Michael Keaton a long time ago. And
yes, that should have been it. That should have been it.
It should have happened. They should give the contract.
Y'all need to hold out 10 more years. Y'all need to hold out 10 more years. Wait for Ben Affleck to hit the ripe old age of 60, and then Batman Beyond can happen.
I don't know.
But as Jose points out here with his $4.99 super chat, William doesn't have 10 years to wait on this.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Whoa! Mic drop.
Got him.
Damn. I give William a good 30 years. I give you that.
Can I answer DL's question real quick though?
7 years.
Go ahead, Will.
All right. So what I think they're going to do is I don't think they're going to do a hard reboot because they're going to get the mileage out of the characters that are already notoriety right now, and I do think Cavill will be back. I don't know about the Snyderverse in the way that we think of that concept of being. I think what they will do with the Flash movie is they will use these same characters to reset things, and the same people, same actors in the direction that they want to go to. But over the next decade, they will transition. They will use the multiverse concept to transition into the type of Superman, Wonder Woman that they will want to go forward from that midpoint on.
Makes sense.
As far as there being multiple Batman movies, there's not going to be any problem with having multiple Batman movies going on at the same time. And here's why. And they've even said this on the call that we were on when we were promoting the Batman. Was as good as the Batman was, and as much money as it made, pandemic era, there is a much broader audience to make a revenue off of Batman simultaneously than what the market was for the Batman. That Batman movie was not for everybody. Some people want a Batman that is connected and his stories are told in a Justice League type of joined universe, and there are people who like the Batman. So there won't be any problem with having multiple Batman projects going on because the audiences are so diverse. The bonus to that, and that which you'll have people who go see them both. But the people who like the Batman, for every person that likes the Batman, there's a lot of people who didn't. And when you're trying to make mass revenue, you just don't not cater to that person. You want all the money. So I think we're going to see a transition period. I think what will happen is at some point, things will be left to where if somebody wants to refer to Zack Snyder's original story, they will be able to in the same way that Kingdom Come was. Kingdom Come was only supposed to be a 4-issue miniseries. That wasn't
you're right. You're right.
Yet here we are almost 25 years later, still referring to a lot of things that happened in Kingdom Come, including Brandon Roth looking like the Kingdom Come Superman. That was a 4-year, and we got to interview. I got to interview Mark Waid and ask him what his concept was about that. And he says, this is the mandate they gave us, a sealed off universe. They didn't want another multiverse after Crisis. Remember, this was 1995, and it was after 0 Hour nonsense. So they gave them parameters, and that's why they were able to do what they wanted to in that series. So I think Zack Snyder's Justice League and that continuity will be referred to at some point, even if they use the Flash's movie to diverge in a different direction.
Yeah, hey, Will got some key points right there.
Would you also say that Kingdom Come kind of wraps up a certain age of comics as well, since you talked to the man who made the book itself?
It wraps up a certain age of comics. I call it the hard 90s. But what it also did, it had an unexpected attribute was it was a launching pad for a lot of different other storylines throughout. I mean, even if you go out to Infinite Crisis, I mean, you see Magog coming through a couple of different times, and you with King, Magog.
Magog.
Yeah.
One of the characters that appears in the book.
I call
Magog.
Magog.
Yeah.
I once I read something and I never hear it said, that's what I stick with. That's that habit of mine.
It's Magog.
It's
Magog. It's literally based on like the Book of Revelation, Gog and Magog, which are powers that are represented in the apocalypse. That's why I was like, who is he talking? Magog. Oh, Magog. Oh, okay, I got it. You're good.
One of the key things about Kingdom Come, which I did like, was that it made it opened up the question about why did we even do Crisis to begin with. And that's where you started to see the 15 years afterwards, you started to see the unravel what was DC's worst idea at the time, which was Crisis of Infinite Earth. Regardless of how great the artwork was and how great the storytelling is, the concept was the beginning of something that they would do over and over again, and it has really whittled down comic book collectors. Nobody wants to start over again. When you tell somebody it's time to start over after you sold them on a bunch of other stuff, they're not going to they're not going to give you their money again. So it's a trust thing. And what Kingdom Come did is it brought up the question about this older Superman, and then we started asking those questions again. So I think that's where Zack Snyder's Justice League will fall into. It doesn't necessarily need to be canon, but it will be at some point. It will be finished somehow, even if it's not the continuity that Zaslav sticks with. It'll be something that they can refer to just like it is in the comics today.
So do you think they're going to keep some actors for their new universe?
I think they're going to keep all of them at the beginning. I think they will transition them out at a time of their choosing. So what they do with Flash or whatever they can do, because there's a lot of storytelling apparatuses you can do it with, where you transition when they are ready. When they are ready and when the actors are ready, they start to transition them out. And over the course of 10 years, instead of being slapped in the face with this new reality, you're transitioning and you're storytelling and making it acceptable.
I don't see them doing that, William. They're going from what I've seen of Zaslav, they're going to want a clean break.
I don't think he's going to make that choice. I think he's going to leave that to someone else, though.
I do. Well, I agree. They're going to leave it to somebody else. But the directive is going to be, we want a clean break because we cannot trust that these past things are going to get us where we need to be. They have not gotten us where we wanted to be up to this point. They've been divisive. They've created fandoms that are divided.
There's no way around that. There's no way around.
But listen though. Yeah, there is a way around that. They're going to look at it and say, we don't want to continue down that path. There is no. It's just like we were talking about the Batgirl thing. They came into they want their own thing. They saw that this Batgirl isn't going to go along with what their direction is. So why keep it? They're going to want to cut off ties with it. My only hope is that they see some kind of what?
Profit?
Yeah, some kind of profit and some kind of good thing about keeping the Snyderverse around to complete the DCEU out and actually give it a fitting ending.
That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is though is when they do this new thing, it's not going to be, dude, they ain't going to do comic book, they ain't going to do the movie universe like they do the comic books where they got to go back, because it's comic books, they got to keep the one continuity going. They're not going to do that, dude. They're going to cut it off hard. When they end the DCEU, whether or not they bring it to a fitting ending where it's like it makes sense, or whether or not they just decide we're not making any more movies, like they're going to keep actors and stuff. They're not going to be like, well, this still connects to that still somehow, or reference the Snyderverse. They're never gonna, dude, once the Snyder stuff is absolutely done, they are never going to reference the Snyderverse stuff again in the movies, because they're movies, dude. They're movie franchise. Let me finish. They're movie franchises. They are not going to reference what comes back unless they do somewhere way down the line where somebody comes up with a story like they happen to with the Spider-Man thing. But that is not a usual thing. That is not going to be an ongoing thing where it's like, well, we're just going to connect all of our stuff together.
I didn't say it was going to be. It's transition. The word was transition.
There ain't going to be no transition.
There's going to be a transition.
There's not a transition where we go, hey, we're going to keep this character up until this point, and then we're just going to replace him with a storyline. No. When
You're
they
not going to
do
see
it,
a hard reset.
Yes, you will.
I will bet you. What do you want
I
to put
will
on the line?
bet you right now.
What do you
They
want to
will
put on the line?
absolutely,
What do
when
you
they
want to put
do
on the
it,
line?
when they do it, it will be a hard right. Whether or not they bring it to a fitting ending, or whether or not they will actually do this. Jose just asked why is this super chat still on stream? Because it's still relevant. It's still relevant, Jose. It's still relevant.
Henry Cavill on we haven't seen Superman. We haven't seen Henry Cavill wear the Superman costume in 5 years.
I get it.
5. It's been a long time, and I hope if The Rock doesn't get Cavill, fuck you. That's it.
I think has a point, because
I feel that way too.
Or that leaves the door open if they want to bring Black Adam in and Shazam into the new universe, because they don't really have too many ties to the DCU.
Well, and that's the only way that's going to happen, DL, is we're not going to see all this other stuff where it's going to bring all this baggage into the new thing. That's the point. They are not going to want to bring baggage into their new, because you're going to weigh down the thing that you're trying to start right off. It's like throwing a bag of rocks on something and going, hey, now go try to start up a new thing with this bag of rocks tied around your ankle. They're not going to do that, dude. That doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense whatsoever to start off a brand new franchise and a brand new era of trying to make new movies, and everything that Zaslav just said. It makes no sense to start that all off and go, guess what? We're gonna tie a rope around your legs, and we're gonna make sure that you're still attached to all this other stuff. It makes no sense.
That's not what I said. You're
saying that it's still gonna reference the old stuff. That's a rope around your legs attached to the old stuff still.
Round 3, ladies and gentlemen. William versus Enoch.
Fight.
No, there's no
Ding, ding.
Oh, wow.
First of all,
this motherfucker just referenced Family Guy. Holy shit.
Damn.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
And Family Guy referenced Rocky 3.
That's right.
Okay. I don't watch Family Guy, so you guys can keep the reference.
Well, that's because you're older than dirt.
Because
you're
old as shit.
How do you not remember Rocky 3, William? How do you not remember Rocky 3?
I know. You should know Rocky 3.
I watched Rocky 3 in the movies. Family Guy, I don't watch, period.
Oh, Family Guy. I'm sorry. I got it.
Before we get off to topic, because I'd like to finish the sentence I started. Is that okay? If I can
Well,
finish it?
I know it's
Well,
hard for you. I know it's hard.
Well,
I know
if
it's
you're
hard.
screaming over it, it's really hard.
Well, and it's
y'all
probably.
are around
I mean, it's.
the same age. Y'all are around the same age. You keep saying, "Oh, William's so old." You
We
so
obviously
old.
don't.
You're
We
right along
obviously.
with
We
them.
obviously don't. We obviously don't share the same kind of function.
This is a case of two of the same old men yelling at the same cloud,
I'm
but
not gonna
also
speak
looking
over
at each other
anybody.
while they're yelling.
I'm gonna wait until there's silence, and I'll.
It's
I'll
look,
say
look. Let's give William silence because it's hard for him to get into his own mind and think with his thoughts. It's when you start to get that age, stuff starts to set in, and it starts to get harder and harder. I mean, you start forgetting that you actually have cat ears on your head, and you know.
Enosh, you recently said you had heart troubles. Please don't start with it, man.
Oh no, I don't have heart problems. Actually, no. My heart is actually fine. I had.
It's in rhythm now.
I had AFib because my heart is actually fine. My heart was actually checked out and was absolutely good. My heart function is absolutely fine. That's why they were able to shock me and put me right back into. It was a fluke thing. So yeah.
Very
I'm
good. Very good. Great. I'm glad.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
heart.
you.
Enoch's got a good heart.
I do.
You got
So
a
does
great
William,
heart.
occasionally.
No, not really. William has an evil heart.
The man runs a comic book store. Cut him some fucking slack.
Yeah, we'll give him some slack for that. I mean, it's good. He's got a job where he can, you know.
He's
keep it
literally
cool.
got his hand on the fucking pulse of this shit. Come on.
Keep the heart rate down.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow. Damn.
God damn.
Yo. You gotta do him like
See,
that.
even if me and William like wrestled and we got into it and like he beat me somehow.
Well, you won the fight though.
But the whole point is like even if we did, like I win the trash talk. I win the, you know.
Well, because I'm trying to express a point and I'm trying to focus.
Yeah,
on
let
it.
Enoch. Let William finish his point.
Go ahead, William. Talk, old man.
Come on,
Cylon is my spy. He's trying to get your confidence and report back to me.
Hilarious.
William was 65 when Rocky 3 came out.
Wow. That's just fucking mean. That's mean. He was probably more like 55. Come on, let's be real.
What does this even mean? What dirt is William's tried poo?
Yeah, what the fuck, yo?
What is going on right
Yo,
now?
what is going on?
Well, I'm just like, I don't give a fuck.
I'm my focus is on completing the sentence that I started at some point. So.
Bro, we saw William. Bro, we saw William.
He's produced so much poo in his lifetime.
Yo.
William was originally like a celestial god or something like that that came to Earth, and like it was just a pebble, and he has filled it with his essence.
He's the one who broke free from the ice in Eternals.
Yes.
Oh my god, guys. So sorry, William.
I'm gonna wait till they're done.
We even saw William naked last night, which is
Yeah, we did. William took his shirt off. Yes, William took his shirt off last night. Did you guys miss it?
I
missed that.
I didn't need to see that, but cool.
Hey, you see Enoch in a hot tub, so I don't think we can go worse than that.
Well, that's different though. That's different.
That's different. People like that.
I did not see Enoch in a hot tub.
Yeah, I did. He did a show. He did.
I did it on the Jarbo show. I actually haven't done it on my own show. I did it on Jarbo's show.
Oh, of course, Jarbo's show. Yep,
twice.
You don't know what's You don't know what will happen on Jarbo's show,
Mister Matt Jarbo. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so in regards to listen, the Snyder stuff is out there, and I don't think they're going to, like I say, when you say dead weight and baggage, all that, I'm not saying they're going to bring that in there, but there's going to be a logical transition because of credibility wise. Even if they eventually go their own path, that's the biggest problem right now. Is just like I said, start, stop. There's still a lot of audiences that are going to want the mileage out of Momoa, out of Cavill. They're still going to want to.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question about that? Did Batman Begins reference Michael Keaton's Batman or George Clooney's Batman or any other Batman before it when it started up?
You're not talking about ones that are separate generations. Where I'm talking about stuff that's happened in the last 3 to 4
No,
years.
we're talking about the next generation of DC films. Yes, we are.
But is Cavill still a viable Superman?
I believe he's still viable if they want him as Superman, but if they don't
We
want him
haven't
as
seen him in
Superman
5
anymore, then
years.
then they're not going to.
That's
what I'm telling you.
We saw him last year.
Dude, Christian Bale could come back and still play Batman. He's in shape.
Oh, if Christopher
No,
Nolan comes
I don't
back.
think the Dark Knight trilogy was a good comparison because it was its own universe.
It wasn't,
Well-
but I let him do it anyway. Sure.
Well, it is. No, it is DL, because what I am saying is the next logical step in this is that it will not be the DCEU same universe. That's the whole freaking point. Is
It'll
that
be
they're
set in
going
a
to do
different
their
Earth.
entirely own thing. They're not going to reference the thing before. When Man of Steel came out, it did not reference Christopher Reeve. Only in, if you want to even say it, is that one moment where they kind of like morphed his face just to pay homage to Christopher Reeve for like a millisecond. But it didn't reference the movie. It wasn't like, hey, remember that other Superman movie that existed? It didn't do that. Batman v
Remember
Superman,
Superman
it continued in its own universe.
The Reeves movies.
Oh, look, heads on, just like Superman 2. Oh, that's a reference. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, like the whole Kryptonian.
It's not the same. That's not the same.
Well, when he's in the Kryptonian ship, like when they reference his origin, like it is very reminiscent of the Donner Superman film. But that's the only other Easter egg.
Reminiscence though is different because that's the story, right?
Right.
So reminiscence is different than referencing the thing before it. And what I'm saying is that more than likely, and I'm sorry that I'm starting to feel this way, but unless they show me something else right now that tells me that any different, if they decide to move on from the Snyderverse completely, they're not going to reference it again. It's not going to be in this. It's not going to be in the. I'm not using. It's not going to be in this continuity. It's not going to be in this continuity anymore, William.
That's
it's
not
going
what
to
I
be
said.
gone. It's going to be the last thing. Just like when Batman Begins came out, we looked at the other Tim Burton stuff as the previous one. We didn't go back to it and say that it's in this universe, right?
That's not
we're not gonna get this one for continuity's sake and go, well, we're still gonna hold on to people for a while and still be able to reference that as being a thing in the DCEU. It's gonna be its own thing. I doubt it'll even be called the DCEU.
I get
It probably be set in a different universe.
Here's the thing. I get exactly what Enosh is saying because it's very reminiscent of how the DC animated universe transitioned from Apocalypse War to Superman Man of Tomorrow. It's going to be in that same kind of vein. And that's hypothetically speaking on the fact if they use the Flash to like cap off everything that the DC Extended Universe as we know it has become up to this point. And then after that is when they decide to go, hey, we're going to go in a different direction, different actors, different stories, different whole everything. And this is going to be our DC Extended Universe going forward. That's
even in the Flash movie, they're going back to the Men of Steel event where Zod is fighting Superman. I don't know if we'll see Henry Cavill
because technically we're still in that world.
Yeah, we are, and we're gonna see Henry Cavill, a younger version of that Superman.
Maybe
it's not like that. Well, maybe they might do a headless thing. Hope not, please, David has. Please don't do that. Yeah. But like they're going back to the
Flash drive.
So how exactly do you?
The Flash.
The Flash. I'm about to say, William, how do you think they will naturally transition into the new phase in the movie sense? You know, like how it will make sense to the audience of them transitioning to the new stuff.
When I use a previous example, and I'm not talking about like adapting it that way, but when they reset and did Crisis, they went in a completely different direction into the John Byrne era, like that, right? As far as they were concerned, Crisis didn't exist. But over time, there were references to it. It is there to be referenced to, not connected to and tied to. It is there, just like Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come was never supposed to be connected to anything. It was there to be referenced to. The Snyderverse is always going to be there to be referenced to. You don't have to connect. I agree. The whole point will be to diverge your own plan. But that doesn't mean you're going to unsee any of the stuff that ever happened. And even Muschietti said everything that you've ever seen. But they will go on their own singular route. But I've always said that you have to have a basis to go from in order to have any credibility with anybody that you've had on board, even the last 5 years. Even if you're going to wipe that away completely, you have to finish what you started to give yourself that clean platform to go on. Even if you're not going to tie the preceding storyline to that directly, you still have a credibility issue with leaving that hanging in there. And those movies aren't going to be undone. That universe is not going to be undone. Even if it's not connected, it will always be there. Just like the pre-crisis DC universe is always there. Kingdom Come universe is always there. Those weren't tied to anything until a writer came along and decided they weren't going to be. That could be 15, 10, 20 years from now. That could never happen. But they were always going to be there as a tool to reference if somebody ever does. If 5, 10 years from now, Zack Snyder comes back and just hyperbole right now, and he decides, you know what? I want to reference these characters. That universe is there for him to reference. No matter what has diverged into what it'll be, I'll call it the Prime. I kind of probably have to come up with a name for it, the Prime timeline or the Prime universe or Zaslav. But even if that is the continuity going on, that doesn't mean these things can't be referenced whenever a storyteller wants to do it. That's going to be at the discretion of the storyteller.
Well, it's not like they're going to erase it from like all like.
What was that?
Bert,
that was
me. I apologize.
Yo,
that was me.
I thought that was a drop.
Oh,
I thought you guys put a drop on me.
It was definitely me, and I apologize.
Well, William,
Go ahead.
What you're saying is kind of redundant.
Oh, not really.
It is absolutely redundant because they're not going to go back in time and erase the fact that we have these movies that were ever made.
That's not what I said. No,
yeah,
I'm
you're saying it's always going to be there for reference. That's like saying, well, Batman 66 is still there. I mean, somebody could technically go back and tell a story still within that universe, or like update it and put new actors to it and say that this is the thing.
Am I speaking the same language? Are we
talking about a crisis event or
like you're saying if somebody later down the line wants to say something about Zack Snyder's Justice League, they can.
That's not just say something. I'm talking about. First of all, there's two things. You missed them both, but that's okay. That's okay to miss stuff. Two different things. You need a basis going forward. For whatever you're going to do, a basis, even if you were erasing that, the ending, the tying up that knot, and that going forward from that knot is what I'm talking about.
It's called The Flash.
But it depends
and then
on how you do it.
I'm sorry, Batman and Robin didn't have an ending.
Okay, you keep bringing up things that aren't necessarily relevant to what they may be thinking.
So if the Flash doesn't do it properly,
the Dark Knight Rises was an ending. It was done.
You should use your real name, Robin.
Yeah,
it was done. William,
horrible comparison, but
William, no, it's not. It's exactly what's going to happen when they move on to the next thing.
Sometimes you make my head hurt, man.
This thing is done. It wrapped up and it's done. It moved on. You moved on from it. Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League. You got Suicide Squad, the original one, which is in there somewhere. If you want to connect everything else that came, I mean, people are going to pick and choose. You got Wonder Woman 84. Some people don't want to even put that in there with it. Some people don't want to put in the new Flash movie in it, whatever. The reality is up until this point, everything from Man of Steel to the Flash is that universe. It happened in that universe. It is what it is. Pick the Justice League you want, but pick wisely, right? So the thing is that that's the only place where we have a little bit of discrepancy between this is which Justice League you want to claim as your Justice League, right? I feel that there's only one Justice League, but again, there's Crazy Joe who somehow wants Justice League.
You mean the Walter
right?
Hamada supporter?
But here's the thing with that. You finish it up. Why do you think maybe they're so hell-bent on releasing The Flash? Maybe it ties all that up. But the next movie that comes after The Flash, if they tie it all up with The Flash, they're not going to reference stuff that happened in The Flash. They're not going to say, well, you can go back and see that stuff or that's the universe that spawned this universe. It's going to literally be, hey, we're introducing Superman to you again. Hey, here's our version of Batman. Here's our version of Wonder Woman. This is WBD's, or what is it? Is it
Warner Brothers Dick.
WBD's. This is WBD's version of Superman. This is WBD's version of Batman. This is WBD's version of Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman. Here's all of our versions. It's just like when they cut off Legends, dude, for Star Wars, William, and they said Legends doesn't exist anymore. All of us who like Legends can always go back and read it. We can enjoy it. We can do whatever we want to do with it. But the reality is, there's no more stories are coming out with that. They are not pursuing that anymore. And just because you read it or you watched it before doesn't mean that it has any bearing to the story right now.
Okay.
Dude, it's just not. I mean,
never mind. I did.
Then what are you saying, dude? Because you keep reiterating the same.
Obviously, I'm not
thing.
getting it through to you, so I'm gonna maybe come back another day. And,
no, but you keep saying that it's gonna reference back to it, and it's not.
Oh my goodness.
So you got to remember.
You said it's always going to be there for somebody to reference back to.
You did say that, William, though. I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, but the way he's contexting it is not what I said. But go ahead.
I mean, to be brutally honest, if that's your point, I've never seen Christopher Nolan or Zack Snyder reference Tim Burton or Adam West's work in any capacity, but that's just me.
You're talking. Okay, first of all, we're going way too fucking far back. I'm talking about this linear situation that they've inherited and that they will be transitioning.
Okay, Rel, I'm not saying. Rel, I'm not saying that anybody's going to forget it. Okay, I'm saying that story will have been completed. So there will be no more story with Batfleck, Gal, or Jay. At some point, like whether it's now or whether it's down the line, at some point those stories are going to cease to exist going forward. They will always exist in time, but they're not going to exist in the current thing that's moving forward.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
No, you're talking about that it's got to transition over and you got to have credibility to be able to go back and say, well, this is where your thing started from. No, you start fresh. You literally start fresh, dude. What is so hard what is so hard to get about that you start fresh? You don't have to start from the thing before. You've literally been sitting here saying that you got to start from something else.
It's like I feed in information and it gets jumbled up and spit out into something completely ridiculous.
I think there's a different conversation going on in your head.
No, the one that you're having in your head is different. But
no, because you're confusing as hell right now.
It's like a magic 8-ball that you put something in and you just don't know what.
Well, don't tell me where you're getting your information from. Just tell me what actually.
No, I'm saying what's between your ears right now.
Oh fuck!
The only thing I'm saying is you're not shaking your hand and a little blue thing saying maybe.
This will be Enosh and William.
You're wearing a red shirt, not a blue thing.
What?
No, dude, you're not. It's just not making any sense, dude. What you're
not
saying.
comprehending it the way.
None of making any sense.
You keep saying the same exact stinking thing over and over again, dude.
We are not going to obviously communicate on this, so go ahead and move on to your chat because, like I said, it's like talking to not you, but it's like talking to some guy who just landed from another country, and we're just frequently trying to figure out what language you're speaking right now.
Well, Anthony Beltre, who's been a member for 12 months, thank you, Anthony, and thank you for being on the panel, wants to know what is doing Andy Signor? I don't know who's doing Andy. I don't know. Whoa, that's a whole other question.
That's a question, bro. What? That is a question.
I was listening to you.
Anus.
I just want the clip.
Yeah, well, you asked me who's doing Andy Signor. I don't know what's doing Andy Signor.
I think William is
That's saying who? What?
That's me on a Friday night. Oh, wait. Oh.
Yes.
Welcome to my humble abode. Oh, a jubilation.
I can reimagine that.
That is amazing.
Okay, William.
This is like Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith fighting, just like Anthony.
I just want to look. I just want to get to the bottom of what you're trying to say because what you're saying is not really making.
It's not making sense to you. That doesn't.
It's not making sense to. And nobody is defending you, dude.
Says the guy with cat ears on his head.
Okay.
Like literally, you could say that, William, if anybody was going, oh, I know exactly what William is saying. Nobody has said that on this panel yet. So
I'm not here to be a crowd pleaser. If I was here to be a crowd pleaser and get anybody to agree with me, I'd run for a politician. I'm not.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm not on anybody's side. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand the points.
Thank you. That's all I'm trying to understand as well, William.
But you keep cutting them off when he's trying to explain.
William. Are you saying that when they go to the next thing, that it's still going to have some continuity with what's going on now?
No.
Okay, then say that.
I said it a bunch of times.
No, you didn't.
Oh, you're a knucklehead, man.
Guys.
Say Say what you're then please tell us. Tell us.
We're all still friends.
What? Yeah, we're all still friends. William and I love.
Yeah.
Nah, that has nothing.
All right, let me start
Okay.
over this again. Hold on.
Go for it.
All right,
You've got
go
him
ahead.
grasping his mic, Enosh. He's really
because I don't have
really
anything to put it
entailed
on.
by this.
He's gonna take the shirt off again here in a second.
Oh, probably.
Then we're all gonna be in trouble.
Boy.
All right.
Like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
Wait, I got a question. Does Anthony hate that ACS?
I don't know.
No.
He's always
That-
laughed about it, as far as I know.
No.
He's always told me he thought it was funny. So
Answer is
okay.
no. I can confirm that. No.
I like
Does
when
not
he
hate
laughs.
that.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
Okay.
Peter
All
Rabbit.
right.
One of
All
my
right,
rants
William.
will come again.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right, William. All right.
There's
Help
a
us
couple
out.
ways,
Help us out here.
couple of different ways they can do this. Chat's about a lot of them. The problem that I see with them going forward with anything is they've inherited a lack of credibility issue with not finishing things. Okay, depending on how they do it, I'm not saying that the continuity is going to continue beyond what the Flash does. I just think it's going to be basically split up to the point where that continuity will go forward. But if somebody wants to reference anything in the past, DC past, they can. Now, as far as how, but this all depends on how they end the Flash and where we're at with each of these characters to begin with. Because you're not going to just stop. I don't think they're just going to stop using Cavill. I don't think they're going to stop using Momoa. I don't think they're going to stop anything. And depending on where this break happens.
Well, they did stop using Cavill like 7 years ago, dude.
Yeah, the bad management did. But if they continue to use these characters, these actors, even if they use them in a different continuity, you still have to have a credible breaking off point to where one thing is credibly finished so that you can move on to another thing, because they've had a credibility issue the last 9 years. There's too many elephants in the room when it comes to DC storytelling, even though we're under a new regime, and that you can make a case that those are the old guys. The layman, the average fan, has been let down to the point where it's so confusing now. Whatever happened to this storyline?
Dang, how much soda did you drink, Phil?
What the fuck?
Bro, I've had a lot of Jameson. I've had a lot of Bahu Blast. I am fucking.
But William, let me ask you
right
this
now.
though. Can I ask you a question then? Okay, so, but your point about Batgirl is that if this doesn't go along with what they with their future and what they want to see for the future, it's okay for them to cut it off, just cold turkey, and just get rid of it.
They can. They can. I'm not. I wouldn't agree with it. But
your argument against this is
It's not an
somehow
argument.
is because they have
is an
somehow
argument.
because the past people were bad and did
No,
mismanaged it, that like we still have to sort it all out before we
You
can move
should.
forward.
That's not saying that they will. I'm just the question with Diop poses, how do you think they would? Now they think they should.
But shouldn't you say then that they should have sorted out Batgirl? Like, how do you have one kind of thought on that and then another thought on this?
Because I don't even refer to Batgirl as in that same context, right? You're talking about seamless storytelling that we've already seen. The only people that have seen Batgirl is executives and test audience. I'm talking about the things that people have gotten on the long and the ride for and bought into in regards to the DC universe, and are still with you, along with the people you may attract. So, whenever you have disjointed storytelling, where you start, stop, and do what's supposed to be clean breaks, you lose audience members, no matter what medium it is, whether it's comic books, paper medium. Whenever you do things like that, and you launch from an incredulous position, you lose market share, you lose people. So they can do exactly what you said, but the question was posed that what should they do? What I think they should do, I think they should come to a credible end to what we've seen, tie it up, and do whatever the fuck or whatever the hell they want to.
That's exactly what I said. But you keep making this point that they're going to do what you say they're going to do, and they're going to Yes, you bet me. You literally sat here and tried to bet me money that they were going to do what you say.
What you were saying. You were saying a hard reboot. I don't think they're going to, and I will bet again. I don't think
no.
they're going
When if they decide to move forward from the Snyderverse, from the DCEU, whatever you want to call it, they're just going to cut it off and move forward. That's a hard reboot, dude. What you're talking about is a hard reboot. If you do not use any of the characters, if you do not use any of the stories that came before, and you're plotting your own way forward, that's what a hard reboot is, dude. Is it not?
Not necessarily in the context that you're saying it in. No.
What?
What? Okay.
Wait, what?
No, seriously, dude. I am so darn confused. Dude, if you are not using any of the continuity. No, if you are not using any of the continuity before, any of the characters, any of the story, and you're saying this is our new Superman, new Batman, new Flash, new everything, that is by definition a hard
not necessarily
reboot.
If you have,
what do you mean not necessarily? Then what the hell is it?
Can I speak, or do I have to scream?
No,
over
because you're just not making any sense. Like, how does that make sense? I'm not saying that that's what I want.
He's saying you're not making any sense.
You just muted yourself, dude.
Nobody
can hear you. Nobody can hear you. I'm not saying that that's what I want. I want to make very clear. That's not what I'm saying that I want. That's not what I'm saying that I want. I'm saying, though, if they decide that they are going to just move on from everything, that would be a hard reboot.
That's that very definition. You're absolutely
right.
Yeah, William.
That's a hard reboot.
Yeah, William. Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Your
this-
mic's off, Will. Your mic's off.
know that is
This really isn't a case of like the Suicide Squad where James Gunn just gets to cherry pick whatever characters he wants to use from the previous movie and just be like, oh yeah. It's
yeah,
not,
there's
it's not
no
all the same thing.
Zatanna, there's no Deathshot, there's no Deathstroke. Well, he was
Okay,
gonna
so
use Deathstroke.
Arwix, this was my point about 15, 20 minutes ago, okay? And I get what you're saying. Yes, he said the canon could be used in the future. It's up to the writer. And I agree with that, right? Just like the writers of No Way Home, right? They decided, hey, we could bring in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, we could bring in Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, and we could have this multiverse story. It's always going to be there. And Venom and whoever else, right? We can always write in the future whatever we want. My point, Arwix, and my point to William was that point is redundant because that's always going to be there. That's always like somebody could write a story tomorrow that brings back Christian Bale and has him meet, Robert Pattinson, right? In some weird, thing, right? That's always there, but nobody is saying that the Robert Pattinson world somehow needed to spawn out of the Christian Bale world.
Never mind. Factual.
It's always going to be there.
Look at William.
I mean, because there's no way to make there's no way to somehow destroy everything that we've already had. You're not going to destroy every copy of everything. Like we're just going to forget that those things exist. It's not going to happen. So you can always write whatever you want to write, William.
Oh, man.
But it doesn't make much sense to just be like they're not going to my point is this. I don't understand. What do you call it then if they use all new characters, all new actors, all new storyline, and all new things? You don't think that that's a hard reboot?
Okay. The hard reboot stuff, just to not chase our tails again. Leading up to whatever the hell you want to call it.
You okay, Phil?
Well, if he burps again, I'll know he's okay.
Tired, yeah, but I'm all right.
All right.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go because I gotta work in a couple hours.
Yeah,
But
I don't gotta work, but I'm kind of drunk.
I gotta be up in 6 hours myself. But we're gonna finish it off with this. William, just please explain to me how that if you feel that that's a hard reboot or not.
Wherever breaking point that you want to call it, whether it be at the Flash, hard reboot. All I'm saying is that there needs to be a credible ending to the current thing that we were on and been through in order for there to be credibility going forward, because there's been too much of that for the last 7 to 9 years. People don't forget that. Yeah, we got a new regime, but people don't forget, unfortunately, what we've gone through with this story. So that elephant in the room needs to be dealt with. And then after that platform, that credible platform that you want to bounce off, whatever the hell they want to do. But if they don't credibly end what they are
couldn't their credible way of ending it just be saying it's done?
No.
Do you think they're going to do
You could, but like I said,
that would be a credible. I mean, that's what they're doing with the Batgirl movie. They're just going, it's done.
The Batgirl doesn't have the history a lot of the other stuff does. I mean, we wouldn't even be here if there had been a clean history.
Well, yes, it does. There was a spin-off of the Flash movie.
But it was literally connected to this. I almost call you Landon. It's literally connected to this, William. Where literally they could just come out. It would be nice and clean to just go, hey, it's done.
If we had
we're rebooting it. All it has to be literally. But hold on, all it literally has to be is a story online that says DC decides to reboot the entire DC franchise.
Yep.
Wow.
And everybody would go, okay. Hopefully, and you know what? A lot of people, and unfortunately, a lot of people would be very positive about that, and they would be even sarcastic about it. Go, well, hopefully they get it right this time.
I mean, what do you expect?
I deal with enough a-holes that are like that would literally just go, hopefully they get it right this time, because the stuff before sucked. I hated Snyder. I hated this. I hated that.
Fuck
and
Zack
hopefully
Snyder.
I know. Well, and that's the thing is that you get a bunch of a-holes who would just be like, well, good. I'm glad they're finally rebooting. Because you got how many idiots do you have who've been out here for the last few months going, hey, I want to see Grant Gustin take over the role of Flash. I don't care if it makes sense or not. I don't care if it makes sense or not. I just want to see him take over the Flash because all of a sudden I don't like Ezra Miller. So blah, 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 blah. You know,
He's a friend of Ezra Miller.
Can we get rid of this background? Can we get rid of this? I hate this background. Get rid of this damn background. First of all, I don't have his money, so
hilarious.
He's got a stable $1 million job.
So what do you expect? What do you? So to get the proper,
Yeah, I wish. Go ahead, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, so to get to the proper closure of what you're saying, William. What do
looks
you
like William
expect
has
them
a
to
big
do?
Shazam shirt on.
Yep.
What do you expect them to do? Do you think they're going to do Justice League 2 and 3? Like, how are we going to get that closure?
No.
Of what you're saying?
I think what they're gonna. Okay, not what they're gonna do. Here's how I would have done it.
Hold on, Donnie. I am not forgetting anything about how big and wonderful the Snyderverse is. That is not it at all. You guys are then you're missing what I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying it's what I want. I'm saying I understand how people talk about these things, and literally, people would be pissed off. I get it. People would be pissed off, but you know what? Here's the thing. As far as DC fandom, nobody agrees. Nobody agrees, because you got those of us who love the Snyderverse, who want to see the Snyderverse continue, who would fight for the Snyderverse, who are passionate about it. And then you got a bunch of people who are just like, I hate the Snyderverse. I hate Zack Snyder's take on Superman and Batman. And for all of us who are sitting here going, gosh, man, Snyder's take on this stuff is the most accurate that we've ever seen. You got all these other people who are saying stuff like Snyder doesn't understand comics, when he probably understands comics better than any director who has directed a DC movie up to this point. Yep. That's my point. It has nothing to do with that I'm forgetting the Snyderverse and how big and special it is. That's not it at all. I'm not telling you what I want. My point is that it's very possible that the new regime comes in and says, we don't want the baggage of anything else. We want to plot our own course. That's all I'm saying. I think
they can do that. I understand what you're saying. I think they can do that and still resolve a lot of these floating situations and still go in the direction that they want to go to. And I think if they did it that way, and I'm not saying Justice League 2 or 3, I would love that. But I understand the reality of that would become baggage. If you start entangling a giant storyline, but find some way to consolidate what the original vision was, what these characters were on, so that you have a credible ending to have a better form of a beginning.
But that's the thing. How if they're not going to continue the storyline from Snyder's vision, then how are they going to do that?
Because even if you are going to use a linear timeline, that Zaslav, right? Somebody come up with a name for it. Even if you are going to use that linear timeline as a prime universe going forward, you still want to have a credible ending to what you've done, because you never know what could happen 15, 20 years from now. Or if one of the guys that they hired said, you know what? I was rewatching that, just like they did with Kingdom Come. I was rewatching that, and there were some aspects of that I would like to revisit, or something like Age of Apocalypse. When they ended Age of Apocalypse, but they brought in people years later. You want to give, when you finish things right, you leave a good package for somebody else if they want to pick it up.
Dude,
I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's like,
the only credible editing.
Well, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man didn't leave us a nice package to pick up. Yet years later, they picked it up, and they did a much better job of writing that character and the characters around him than they did in Spider-Man 3.
They had a better situation.
Nova Joe.
Thank you.
Nova Joe. I will tell you. Look, Nova Joe. I will just say this to you. Okay, so you're saying that's not what Zaslav meant. Zaslav said in his speech, we are going to restart, and we have restarted what we're doing. You are putting definition, and I love you, Nova, but you are putting definition to his words by saying that he's going to save the stuff that you like and get rid of the stuff that you don't like. You're calling Wonder Woman 84, Birds of Prey, what's JG? Suicide
JG?
Squad.
James Gunn Suicide Squad.
Oh,
Justice League. JG, what is JG?
Jeff Johns?
Yeah. You know,
No,
James
Gunn.
James Gunn.
James Gunn Suicide Squad. Okay, here's the thing. Dude, I get it. If you don't like James Gunn Suicide Squad, but to them, they saw success out of it. They're not going to get rid of literally Peacemaker is a huge success on HBO Max. People actually love it. Hamadaverse or not, it's not like they're just going to get rid of everything like that just because a segment doesn't like it. Like we're putting definition to it and saying, well, I didn't like this thing, so I know that this is what he means. My point in the last couple of days, what did I say the other day? Nobody knows what is going to happen because literally anything is on the table right now. Right? Anything is on the table right now, good or bad. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I'm willing to accept the best case scenario, man, where we get Justice League 2 and 3, and I'm happy, and I'm excited, and I get to finally see what I've wanted to see this whole time. But I think we should be, like, a little concerned when we see hats dropping left and right. I'm glad that you like that stuff, then, man. I'm just saying, I just think we need to be a little concerned, maybe, that anything could happen, right? And that this is really volatile and unpredictable when it comes to what I like, what you like, what they like, whatever. Who knows, man? Like, I really believe right now, anybody telling us that they know what's going on, we better step back from listening real quick and just watch it play out. Because everybody wants to be right. Everybody wants to be, dare I say, the scooper that got it right. But this ain't about scooping no more. This is literally about, hey, is this going to be what we want it to be? Or is it going to be something else? That's all I'm saying. And Cisco, I believe that, like we talked about at the beginning, right? That Zaz is finally a WBD leader who is not bitter or compromised, but has an actual plan and vision for DC on film.
I hope so, man.
I hope so. That's what he says he has.
We can't take a third loss on this. We just can't.
We'll see you, Phil.
See you later, Phil.
Oh, I was giving. I was.
We all thought you were like, I'm out on that one.
No. I agree. Like, fingers crossed. That dude just. Yeah.
I feel good. I feel good about this. In regards to what direction he takes, I'm on board with it. Whatever he decides, simple because the first time in like a very long time, there's a guy who really holds these properties up at such a level. From what I'm hearing, that I haven't heard. I did not hear this from any of these guys. This guy, regardless of what his plan is, these things are prestige to him. He understands the weight of Superman. He understands the weight of Aquaman, Batman. He understands the priorities there, just from the 1 minute he gave us. So I'm not going to agree with everything that they do, but as a fan, I'm committed to letting it roll out because for the first time, I feel I can actually trust of the vision. And there was no vision with the previous guys.
Yeah,
they didn't even talk to us. They didn't even talk to us. I mean,
there was nothing.
This guy has talked to us more about the vision of DC than most of the guys who preceded him did in the last 2 or 3 years. And you had to force the information. You had to write an article or somebody had to leak something. I got a feeling that he'll be more forthcoming. And I think it won't just be him. I think we're going to start forgetting the name Zaslav. And once he makes his studio head, that's going to be the mouthpiece. That's going to be the guy who really dictates this one way or another. And like I said, to me, it's not about being right or wrong. It's having something better, having something I can get my hopes up by. Because our conversations, to be honest with you, all of us got brought together. A lot of us got brought together because of the conspiracy that happened with Justice League and how things came. That's how I found Junkie. That's how I found Chris Wong. That's how I found Enosh. But I don't want that to be the basis of the conversations going forward. I want to have a conversation like, did you see that kick-ass Superman costume that they released?
Absolutely.
Did you see that Green Lantern construct? Did you see the actor that they got? Wow, they got that guy as a writer. I want the conversations we've been having for the last 5 years replaced with some really cool conversations, and I think I maybe I'm just hyper, want to believe in something. From hearing him talk, looking at his history, I think we're on the right track. Could be wrong.
Kenneth, a lot of the TV stuff though is going away, dude. It's filled with so many flaws, Kenneth. Like
they're talking about selling off the CW too.
Yeah, there's not even going to be a network for it to be.
Yeah,
on.
dude. Yeah, I mean, Kenneth. Look, there's some CW stuff that I've loved. I loved the Flash for a long time.
Right there with you.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest. Like a lot of that stuff is crashed and absolutely burned. And
yeah, because WB stopped giving money to it. That's why.
It doesn't have the respect.
Ago.
It doesn't have.
I used to have. But for the 10 years they did, building a universe out of those TV shows is good as they were. They did a good job building a universe in those TV shows.
And I'd say Mighty Max. Here's the thing. It says all this contemplating we're experiencing isn't going to matter when the Flash ruins the entire DCU.
It's not going to ruin it. What?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
They got a whole year to
have a
add
year.
reshoots and more money to that fucking budget that they might break even on. Who knows? But
I'm hopeful.
If they want to break even, don't put any more money into this. No.
Dude. I don't understand how we've just jumped to these conclusions.
But that's a very long cliff to jump off what he just said. But here's what I'm getting from the people I talk to, and when we've done these movies, and it's just that there's a lot of people on that cliff. And this is what I go back to the whole transition thing. I think as you take the guys like this, like Mighty Max, and a lot of guys out there are thousands of guys out there like him. I think if we're going to keep them engaged and gain some credibility, let's do this. Let's start something new, but let's wrap up the biggest thing that's been hanging over our head for a very long time. Even if it's not the big sprawling thing that we all want, find some way to resolve. I've always said #resolve the Snyderverse, not restore it, resolve it. And
the only way to resolve it is if they defeat Darkseid. That's the only way to resolve it.
And I think that's how this should end.
But we all think that that's how it should end.
Now, if it does that way, who knows? Yeah,
if it does, who knows? But and Kenneth, I would ask you to defend lots of people. Lots of people because the ratings, if we're going by the ratings and the people who actually watch the show, the ratings for the CW and for the DC shows on the CW do not constitute a lot of people.
CW doesn't care about the rating.
I know, but I'm saying he just said here though, Enosh, the DC TV shows has fans. Lots of people love them.
Not a lot. 75%.
There's only there's very few people that are even watching the DC TV shows. Okay, so I do want to jump to this because Donnie brought up the Thanksgiving post and all this stuff. Donnie, I would just be very careful. There's a lot of people who have put a lot of emphasis on these things, and I get it. Zach does do things cryptically sometimes.
This damn turkey again, boy.
I know.
Stupid turkey.
Do I
that turkey caused some fights. You want to see some real people going at it?
Yes,
I was watching some streams where the people were going at it over a damn turkey and a Final Crisis model. This stuff comedy we do here is nothing. I saw people jump off the streams and not talk to people and block people.
Well, that's the thing is people don't realize that we do a lot of stuff for comedy's sake. I mean, that turkey. Look at the turkey just showed up right there in the right hand corner right now. He's right up there. He's right up there by you, William. Look at the turkey's right up there. He's right up there by you.
Well, it was literally Zack Snyder reading, what was it, Final Crisis?
It was Final Crisis sitting next to the turkey.
It's a good book. It's a good book.
And I have people that I know that weren't going to talk to each other over that fucking turkey. And I'm like, what? It's real. It's coming. I'm like, whoa, hold on. It's Thanksgiving. People have turkeys, homie. I mean, and Final Crisis, I got a copy of Final Crisis sitting next to my McDonald's one day. I mean, I don't know if he meant it that way, but the fact is no one has enough to go on. Even what we're talking right now, everything we have is conjecture, which is fun, but at the same time, it's all we have now. Soon we won't have that. We're gonna be responding to things that are being done, and I think that's where Zaslav is going to really get rolling. Is when we start getting stuff going. Now, I hope it goes in a certain direction because, like I said, I think it will be a horrible crime to have all this story just sitting on the table and never sew that up for the people who are, because that just gives people a reason to doubt what you're doing next. So hopefully they resolve it. Like I said, I don't need a big story arc, but give me some type of resolution, or make it to the point where if you're going to go off in your own direction, which I will follow, that if we can't get it into that major story, but that we do it in a way that can still go back to. We're not going to take the baggage forward. I think that's where we kind of got where I'm not saying take the baggage forward. I'm just saying leave it there. So that if we can't finish it going forward to give it a credible ending, leave it so Phil can come down the line 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago if he wants to, and do what they did to Kingdom Come and reference it. Kingdom Come is a sealed off storyline that does not have anything to do with the continuity. Yet it was finished. It is a finished piece of work. And like I said, if you want to trust people with your next thing, you got to finish the one you're on. I think
this next thing is a very good question. I think it is a great way to close things out tonight with this question. First of all, Kenneth, I just posted in here. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm not even saying they're good, bad, and different. I'm just saying that the fans of the CW shows are a very, very small percentage of overall DC fans.
That's 65, which is not bad. 65% is not bad.
65. I don't know.
Oh, maybe I say 50. I say 50%.
I don't think there's even 50% of DC fans.
Well, how about 40?
Because literally, dude, some of those shows have less than 1 million viewers.
Well, 12% is the number. Care about the lives.
I'm sorry. How many millions of DC fans do you think there are in the world?
That's a good question.
Okay, that's a great question, right? So if you have less than 1 million people watching your show, right? Like, that's not even a fraction. That's all I'm saying. Rel is right. That turkey pick caused a lot of drama with everybody.
Wow.
But
real drama.
Right.
A lot of relationships with that turkey.
But here's a great but Kenneth, that doesn't mean that you can't like it. Okay, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't like it. Just because a fraction of people are even watching it, you're one of those fraction, and to you it's important. And that's the thing, and that's why that's got to be respected, is because to you, that's right, there's hundreds of millions of Batman fans, but how many of those people were watching Batwoman?
How many of them were watching Titans? And I love that show.
I know, and how many are watching? Right, exactly, right? So it's a very small percentage.
It's not a lot of people watching Titans. That's not a lot of people watching the Arrowverse. The same shit. That's it.
So here's a great question, though, because they say they have a 10-year plan, right? 10-year plan. How many years do you think it will take for that plan to start? When do you think we will see the first movie with 100% of it guided by the new leadership? That's a great question, Arwix. That's an excellent question.
I say 4 years.
4. So it's going to take us 4 years to get to the beginning of the 10-year plan.
5 years. That's my answer.
Maximum. Well, you have to configure in the fact of how long it takes to make wrap up what they're doing now. We're not getting the Flash until what? July of next year, July of 2023. Mm-hmm. So that's 1 year, or roughly 1 year right there. Then you're going to have Aquaman. You're going to have all these ones, but to establish the newer movies that they're going to make out, you figure unless they start now, they're going to take about 1.5 years, 18 months to make these movies. And if he has the multiple movies coming out, you're talking probably about 4 years, roughly 4 years.
For me, I'll say maybe 6 max. Well, maybe 4, 5 or 6 around.
Before the 10 years start?
No, I think the 10 years. Okay, that's a good question. I don't. What if we're theoretically? When does it start? Does it start when we name a new DC
after
head?
the Flash, maybe?
Or are we starting after the Flash? Or are we starting right now? Because right now they're planning now.
Well, I look at it like this: when people look at the DC, or when people look at the MCU, right? They mark that by when Iron Man came out, right? They don't mark it from when they started writing Iron Man.
Yes.
Right? They mark it from when Iron Man came out, right? That was the start of the MCU as a thing. So what my personal feeling about it is, it will be 3 years from the time they name the head of DC Films.
Well, then technically speaking, if depending on if the Flash is step 1 in this new thing, then wouldn't that be the first step?
No, it's not. It's not step 1. It's the last step.
So even though they rewrite it, this is just a question. So even if if the new regime changes,
my fear and concern is that they're rewriting the Flash for it to be a finale. That's my fear.
And so you're talking about the time.
Not saying it's what I want. Not saying it's what I want. Saying that next year, regrettably, if they're going to reboot and move on to something new, they will close it out. Because obviously the Flash isn't part of their scheme, William, right? It's still holding on to something before, right?
Yeah, but it's a weird animal, though.
It is.
I see what you're saying.
It is. And I know, like, there's going to be some fans that are like, are you turning your back on the Snyderverse? No, I'm not. I'm not saying what I want. I'm saying what I'm concerned we're going to get. Okay. So my thing is if they are going to do a hard reboot, I would say it's going to be 3 years from the time that they appoint a head of the DC studio or whatever that's going to be called.
Two at best.
I think it's going to take 3 years because they're going to have to write it. They're going to have to
I say
plot
two.
it because remember they're going to plot it out, right? And so 2 at best. Okay, I get what you're saying. It's good. But then they're going to have to film a movie and put out that first film, whatever that is. Hopefully, it would be a Superman movie, which would be great if they start off again with Superman. If they are going to reboot, whatever. But I don't know that they'll start off with a Superman movie.
What do you think they'll start off with?
I think Batman. I think they're gonna start with Batman.
I don't think that they'll I don't think that they'll do a second.
What about Green Lantern?
Congruent Batman.
I think a Green Lantern Flash movie would sell well, but that's just me.
Yeah,
I think Green Lantern.
But then you'd have but then you know what, Phil? I think that if we get another character like that, we're not getting origin stories.
Good.
No, I know, but I'm saying I don't think that we'll get origin stories for these characters then.
And on that note, I think this is my origin to go to sleep. Because I am fucking out. So I'm a little drunk.
I think if they start with Green Lantern, maybe introduce the Flash there.
Kenneth, you were not out of line at all, bro. No,
you was not, bro. I understand.
Nobody's out of line.
Nobody's out of line, man. Nobody's out of line.
Have you watched the show?
We're literally
for real.
We're literally thinking out loud with all of this stuff right now. That's the beauty, actually, of all this stuff, and like it's all conjecture. It's like we're all thinking out loud and just being like, wow,
I think if they start with Green Lantern has to.
But see, Donnie. Even Black Adam is not that's not their new regime.
Who is Black Adam?
Black Adam is still connected to their old regime. Maybe it does start with Black Adam. But if it starts with Black Adam, then nothing that we've seen before is attached to Black Adam. And we know that that's not true because Amanda Waller's in this. Amanda Waller shows up in this.
And James Gunn might show up too.
Here's another possibility. Yeah. Here's another possibility. Say they start with Green Lantern, and they start with a Green Lantern-centric story, and they spend some time on that, and that gives them time to come back to these other characters and see how they want to reimagine them. Because traditionally, I have always been of the frame of mind, you start with the big nuclear bomb and Superman, but Green Lantern is so universal and galactic that you could start the story from outer space and come to Earth, and you could come to the Justice League. You could come to these characters in a new and different form. There's a lot on the table. It's like I said, this is a conversation I want to have over the next couple of years. Is that kind of not who's writing hit articles on who, even though that's news and we got to discuss it, but it is the body of the news that we have, like a Green Lantern story. Yeah. And having that as the basis of a DC universe, because you're starting big and then you're narrowing your focus down to Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne, Wonder Woman, and those characters, and you could use that as a funnel to tell your story. That's another intriguing idea. And if they did that, they could do their reboot. They could do their reboot, or they could do what they're going to do with the Flash. But there doesn't need to be anything immediately afterwards if they don't want it to. The very next thing we see could be the Green Lantern, and then they can explain it in the Green Lantern coming back to us. I mean, that's just an option. They have options.
I think if they start with Green Lantern, maybe have Hal Jordan reference Barry Allen, like he said, I know Barry Allen, so like something, or maybe the Justice League and the Green Lantern, and they know them.
Oh, I got an idea. So we start with Green Lantern, right? And whatever happens at the end of whatever the Flash gets explained by the Green Lantern because it has to do with them. So they explain, yeah, I knew the Earth we knew isn't the same, and they explain it to like whoever civilian character and all that, and that's how we get a lot of our backstory of how it ends, because there's points where the Green Lantern, the Guardians can exist outside the universe if they want to, just like Darkseid can. So time could reshape itself around them, and then you could what's so funny?
Because again, you're explaining exactly.
No, I'm just giving an option.
That it doesn't have to. That it doesn't have to connect to. If they're rebooting, they're not going to connect back to the old thing.
Well, but if they want this, it's just an option for them. I'm not saying
no, I know, I get it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think that if they honestly do that, they're not going to connect.
Here's a problem you might have though, as we understand all the breaking and connectivity and all that. You may have a situation where the layman, the average fan, may need an explanation that's not there.
I don't think so. Because I think what they do is just in the public. If they do a hard reboot, they just explain in the public vernacular. They don't have to explain in the movie. They just explain in the public. That I mean, that's like with Pattinson, for example. They didn't have like some backstory that said like this is a different universe, this is a different thing. It was literally like everybody just knew this is a different Batman.
Yep. I guess it depends on how they establish it. Yeah, I guess
it's just a different Batman. Like you know what I mean? Like nobody went to see Pattinson going like, well, why isn't it Ben Affleck? And if you did, that's just like you just don't pay attention to anything, right? Because it was out there in the world like this is its own thing. It's its own Batman.
Believe it or not,
but okay, that's fine. But you know what? The thing is that those people, even if you explained it in the movie, it would be redundant. Because people don't even need it. Like by the time people come out of the movie, they're gonna go, oh yeah, it's a new thing. They'll get it by the time it's done. They'll get it. And if they don't, I'm sorry. I mean, if you don't get that Pattinson's a different Batman world or whatever, by the time that's done, then you just don't understand those kind of movies at all. You don't understand comics at all. And you're just going along and you're just going, hey, it's cool. It's Batman. I remember Batman. Let's go see the Batman movie, which is fine. That's fine. You don't have to be a big nerd like me. But here, all explaining in the world, if we sit here and try to explain to them, well, this was Ben Affleck's Batman. This was this person's Batman. This person's Batman. This is this person's Batman now. Then they're just going to look at us like deer in headlights anyways. So it doesn't matter. To them, it doesn't matter what world it's in. To the people that it actually matters what world that Batman is in, they're gonna get it, you know? So 1,000-word pictures with a $5 super chat. Thank you, bud. Says, what happens if the first Zaslav regime movie comes out and it's no better received than Man of Steel or BVS?
I'd rather wait till that. I mean, this can happen. That could happen, but
that could happen. I have a feeling like they may be a little bit more willing to stick to their guns. If they reboot 1,000-word pictures, I have a feeling like they'll be more sticking to their guns and saying we're going to build this thing out still. Right? Because because the first Iron Man didn't make $1 billion, right? So we're going to build it to that. We're going to make sure that these movies are good and they get better on top of, each one gets better and better and better until you have a universe that you can go, yeah, we're proud of.
So Alan Horn is gonna tell Zaslav, he's like, this movie doesn't need to hit $1 billion, just leave it as it is and make sequels of it.
Yeah. So anyways, that it's been a great discussion. It's been heated discussion. It's been heated discussion, but at times, it's been good. It's been good. Everybody I think was heard. It's all good, and we all just remember that whatever happens needs to happen soon because.
Well, yeah, William doesn't have 10 years to live, so
you know what?
On this plan,
screw all of you guys. Screw Enoch for starting all that madness and having these people call me. With another guy who's less than 2 years, who we would have been in high school at to say, what were you, class of 94?
No, 95.
95. So we would have been in the same high school together. So yeah, but you're some spring chicken. Screw all you guys. All right, screw H-Barge, screw Jose.
H-Barge isn't even here.
Nah, he's been doing, dude. He's been laying it on.
Screw guys who aren't even here, huh? Okay.
Everybody. That's a blanket acknowledgement.
Okay. All right. Hey Draga, how you doing, man? Hey, buddy.
Outrun every damn one of you.
Okay. All right. We'll see one day. All right. Hey,
is
thanks,
that
Kenneth.
a threat?
That's a promise.
It's a threat.
All right. So, anyways, we love all of you. Thank you for joining us tonight. There's still 64 of you. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. Thank you to everyone who gave super chats tonight. You guys are fantastic, and I appreciate you all. Thank you to everyone in the chat, man, for your comments and for keeping the conversation going. That's really awesome. I love that. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to Anthony. Thank you to William. Thank you to Ray. Thank you to Brian and RJ. And who else was here tonight?
Brian.
Brian
and Dio.
DC Prime.
Prime. Yeah, Prime was here. Yes,
And
Prime.
Dio.
And DL. Yes, and DL. Thank you guys all for being here tonight. I appreciate you all. And it's always good. It's always a fun time when we can get together and spend some time together here in the lounge. You know what? I did have one thing. I'm going to announce it, and then I'm going to have to try to get a hold of him. Actually, you know what? I didn't see him pop up tonight, so I will. I'll announce it.
Yeah, I win. I know.
You did not win. You did not win.
God
But
damn it.
I'll announce on the next stream because I know who won. So, but I didn't announce it at the beginning, so he may not find it literally 4 hours into the stream because we are at 3 hours 39 minutes 59 seconds.
In
Now
4
we're at
hours.
4. Now we're at 4 hours. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, he may be hiding out. He may not just be. He's a member. It's a member because to win one of our giveaways, you have to be a member or give a super chat or be a patron in some way. So this Skeletor right here was won by Dang's Thoughts. Dang's Thoughts. And so we appreciate Dang's Thoughts. So if you're still watching at 4 hours in here, just know that you won the Skeletor Masters of the Universe Revelation figure. And so if you are seeing this, please reach out to me with your information, and I will get this to you as soon as I can. All right? So there you go. All right, guys. Love you all. Thank you guys for being here with us. We always appreciate you guys. I hope that... William, are you doing a show tomorrow night?
Yes, I'm doing a show. My plan is to be on the air by 9 o'clock and go into Sunday morning, and we're going to do some call-ins. So
Are you still doing the Friday night show?
Yeah, I have to get the computer fixed because I don't have the proper stuff to do it in 2 places right now.
It works on Fridays, not Saturdays. I get it.
No, I have a
computer.
No, I just bought a brand new computer. I'm on my brand new computer right now. Remember, I had the whole HP disaster.
It's coming. It's coming. I promise you, 1,000. I promise.
Wait, HP or Apple?
No, I had an HP. My HP went down. I had to send it out to Bang whatever to get it repaired. It's on its way back, and that's the one I use to do the stream at the store. It's really hard to do it, but we'll. I'm ignoring that. But no, we'll eventually
William is gonna look like the Shazam wizard by the time the 10-year plan is over.
Wow.
They got a hold of me and told me I should have my laptop back by next week, and then he's out.
Holy shit, he passed out. Holy shit.
By next week, I should be able to go back to doing Sci-Fi Center Lives at 6:30 Friday, and then I'm really enjoying the Saturday show. The Saturday show is really a nice setup, and it's just becoming its own thing, especially with call-ins tomorrow. So hopefully that doesn't go south quick, but it'll be fun.
Yeah, be careful with that. Be careful.
Yeah.
Always be careful with call-ins. So there you go. All right. Well, hey, Phil's taking a snooze.
He's passed. Yeah, he's drunk and passed out. Yeah.
Rockabye and good night.
Well, you still got his headset on.
He can't hear us.
Dreams fill. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. I can't remember where it goes now.
Yep.
Look how cute he looks. Look, he's got his head tucked right into his chest like that. Look.
Start playing Master of Puppets or something.
Oh so precious. Oh so precious. The unfiltered Phil in his natural environment. With his headphones on. And his microphone with Catwoman on it. There's even a slight view of a Gatorade bottle there to the right. And a blue bag on the wall, on the door. It's got some kind of bench back there. It looks like a bunch of mail.
And a lot of bottles.
Is he a mailman? He's holding some mail back there, it looks like. I don't know what he does for a living, so we'll have to wait and see.
He's on the Krypton bourbon.
Next time on the Poindexter Lounge. Phil said, forget about the 10-year plan. I'm out. All right, guys. Hey, all right, we're going to say goodnight. Thank you all for being here. Don't ever forget. Don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations and treat everybody with respect. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time,
peace.
Stay nerdy. And pray for William to be alive 10 years from now so he can enjoy the full 10-year
Pray
plan.
for me to be alive tomorrow, dude. This has been a very unpredictable last 2 years.
That's true. That's true. All right. Love y'all. Good night.
Peace.